And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like,
who wants to go first?
Yeah, who wants to go first?
Well,
Come on in. It's open mic night with your host.
you could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6.
The Renegade, JJ Williams.
The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, which one's the better smelling turd?
And his panel of co-hosts.
I am founder. Well, call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ.
The West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
Karma is karma is karma.
That's professional wrestling! Damn it!
The Simple Man, Noah Foster.
It's showtime! Yeah! How you doing, JJ? How you doing, Jeff?
James.
Yeah.
And the He-Man, James Hebert.
Imagine Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Paul White, the Baldies! There you go! It sells itself!
God.
Get in there!
showed his ass and shit the bed.
He's not Amber Heard.
Give it time, JJ. Give it time.
No, I'm sure Jeff has some stuff that
Dumb move. Just don't pull this bullshit again. You get one.
Tony needs to stop caring about the ratings.
Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that third hour.
Ring of Honor does not have to be AEW light. They don't necessarily have to coexist with each other. We kind of saw that tonight to a degree.
Along with a panel of guests.
He is no longer glorious. Don't you bring that up. You want me to rant about what my NXT used to... No, we are done here for the night. I swear, James.
Because you never know who may show up for open mic night.
I leave our company in the capable hands of an extraordinary group of superstars, employees, and executives.
The first thing that came to my mind was, it's about damn time.
Amen!
I literally touched everybody in the state's trash. It's horrible, you guys.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine.
That's great.
When Elliot Taylor came out and did Born for Greatness live, I was popping my pussy, having a great time. I didn't care. I was having so much fun.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
Football thing. We get it on wrestling, and then you bring in that shit. That's just how the thing goes off the damn rails. Brilliant, bloody brilliant.
We're here. What is going on, everybody? Welcome once again to the Saturday Night Shenanigans that are open mic night. I am your host and moderator, the Renegade JJ Williams. Got a lot to discuss this week. A lot of it went down over the course of 24 to 36 hours. Who would have thought this was going to be such a busy week in professional wrestling? I had spoken with Jeff earlier in this week, and we had just some bullshit topics we were going to discuss today before the world of WWE decided to go and unleash all over us. We'll be discussing Smackdown coming to the USA Network in 2024, the Elimination Chamber going down under, talking about all of the WWE released superstars, update on Jon Moxley, and so much more. But first and foremost, let's begin to welcome in the panel. First of all, the man, the myth, the legend, the West Coast professor, the man whose name is on the marquee, Jeff Meacham.
Celebrating 1 year with the Walt Disney Company / Disneyland, and staying off camera because I'm green around the gills and possibly have the Rona. So it's going to be a fun 4 hours if we get that far. But, I am here because there's like you said, Jay, we'll just throw some, bullshit. What's the topics? And then WWE goes, yeah, guys, hold our beer.
Right?
Oh, damn you, old man. Damn you, Vincente, you vato, son of a bitch. Anyway, yeah.
Like, hold our broken skull lager.
Right. American lager, though, not that IPA shit, because that shit's gross. Anyway, sorry, Steve.
Coming in next, the simple man with the spectacular voice, the man who I hung out with for a few hours earlier today outside of the Garden, Vinny, in order to begin our road to WrestleMania 40 as we canned the watch-along for the inaugural WrestleMania.
My goodness.
Noah Foster is in the house.
Hey, what's up? Jeff, good to hear you. I hope that you're doing all right. I'm tired, but I'm all right. Good to see you again, JJ. And funny enough, we end this on 4 hours. It'll be perfectly timed for NJPW World's Destruction in Kobe. Will be headlined by Will Ospreay versus Suji for the IWGP United Kingdom Championship. So I'm looking forward to this conversation and going right into that. So good to be here as always. Let's have a fun conversation and a good time.
There we go. And we'll definitely have a good time if we can get $20 in super chats to the Casa channel. Noah will be doing the Daniel Garcia dance.
JJ.
He
Always
already did the
did.
Prince Nana yesterday, and we do have that clip loaded, ready to embarrass you if you decide to get out of line, Foster.
That's right.
Or if we get a super chat demanding to play it of $10 or more, we'll run the clip anyways.
That's right.
Oh God. One of these days, we're just going to have the multiverse bunch on screen, and someone's going to super chat $2 to have everybody do the Macarena. Dadgummit.
Hey,
I still know how to do that shit.
Don't give them ideas. We've got the Meltzer of the multiverse in the green room trying to wiggle and do the Macarena. No, Mansfield, that's a bad Mansfield.
Oh,
no man-child. It's bad man-child. No.
Next one to bring into the room, the man who knows the stats and is not afraid to use them.
Most stats.
Stat Boy Mike in the house.
Hello, my internet fans. Looking forward to another episode of Open Mic Night with the family here on the Multiverse of Media. Hoping that in 2 weeks, The Rock's tequila tastes better than Stone Cold's IPA.
Damn.
If you remember, I drank it.
The Rock's Terramana, and
I do. Since I saw the interview on the Pat McAfee show, I looked it up. I can get it. I want The Rock's tequila.
I have had a shot of it. I was not a fan of it.
Really?
See, the trick is don't get Mikey on a drinking game with the tequila because if he has to remember birthdays of former bosses, he'll be drunk as a skunk. It'll be too late. Right, Mickey the Mouse? Anyway,
there you go.
There you go. If you know, you know, kids.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy, we got a Pokemon tree here. Anyway,
Next one to join the panel this evening, the Meltzer of the multiverse, Josh Mansfield in the house.
What the hell is he
Hey,
showing?
Jeff.
What the hell is that?
I don't know.
Hey, Jeff, this will make you feel better, but it won't make Greg feel better. OH!
That's right. I know. That's right. Oh, I about kicked a mucker feather's ass yesterday at Disneyland, man. I yelled, "Oh, he's wearing an Ohio State shirt." Didn't even yell back. I'm like, what a bitch.
I do the same thing out here, bro.
Yeah.
God damn
Ohio
it.
State beat Notre Dame. Greg's not happy. Zach is really not happy.
They beat the Irish. That's right. Okay, well, maybe I'll have to make sure I go to work Wednesday whether I'm sick or not.
Yeah. So
I know,
that
Noah.
sorta
I'm right there
gives
with you.
Payback for that sort of gives me retribution for last Monday.
There's no, Josh. You have no retribution or failsafe. You're permanently fucked.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. All right. As long as you know.
Damn.
As long as you know. Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Sports talking. We're not even 20 minutes in. Cool.
Right? I'm like, okay. I thought that's what Tuesdays was for Stat Boy Sports Bar, you know.
Hey, it just happened. I'm in a good mood.
Where the people on the panel at least know what the fuck position defense in hockey is. But I digress.
Shit.
Last one to join the panel this evening is Mr. Reliable.
Oh boy.
Walter Cruz in the house.
Oh, we're all going to hell today.
Hello, everyone.
Anyway,
thanks for having me up here. How's everyone doing? I'm just getting over something too, Jeff. So trust me.
What's going on with y'all? This damn health.
Plus, I'm already frustrated with the Mortal Kombat 1 things. I just threw a controller. You know, that's like $90. But whatever. But speaking of money, you people that want to have conversations and dictate, you donate to dictate. Damn it.
But you digress, and he's also 100% accurate.
If someone, I said this last time, if someone donates $10, I will donate the other $10. I said that last night. So if someone donates 10 first, I will donate the other 10.
There you go.
Yes, the Macarena.
Oh, no, for no one to do the Daniel Garcia dance.
Stop it.
Nope.
JJ, get control of your show.
Hey, I'm trying to get it out there, man. I wouldn't mind making $20 to have you do the Daniel Garcia woo.
Fucking hell.
And we'll change it, like I said in the chat, to the simple shuffle for the simple man.
There you go.
That's
one thing in sports that I do know. They had the Super Bowl shuffle for the Chicago Bears. We will have the Simple Man shuffle on Open Mic Night. Damn it!
Why did I stop playing Sonic Frontiers for this?
Because you love us and we love you and you know it.
You love being a simp for doing this for us.
The things
for
I
getting
do,
us money.
Things I do for supporting friends. All right. See what happens.
And like I said,
more than one can at night, probably.
Like I said, you're the one who opened up your mouth last night.
I was that confident.
And we're just, you were so sure that the Mogul Embassy would retain the Ring of Honor 6-man tag titles, that when the Hudden Bucks captured them, you had to do the Prince Nana.
Fucking hell. Man.
And of course, that's been shared around the chat room, so everyone here has seen it, I'm sure.
Of course. Of freaking course.
Just be thankful it hadn't made its way to Aaron Rift yet.
Hold up, I can fix that.
Yes!
Damn it.
Fuck! Anyway.
When you go on to the predictions panel this week, that may become the new Jeff Jarrett meme, is Noah doing the Nana.
Can we please talk about wrestling?
Sending it to Aaron now.
Sure, we can move into wrestling. So the first topic for the evening is the USA Network getting Smackdown for 2024. To my knowledge, and Jeff, you can correct me if I'm wrong in this, USA still hasn't got the deal situated for Raw and NXT. That is still up for discussion, negotiation. But they have secured SmackDown. Is that correct?
If they haven't announced a damn thing. Again, these freaking upfronts just did not exist in the WWE world early this year. So who the hell knows? Why did you what happened? What happened?
Super chatted $10 himself.
Oh, whoops! Oh! Did I do that? I'm sorry.
In order to break the monotony up and get the ball rolling here.
What channel was that to?
His own, I'm sure.
He's mine. Well, no, only because
that way at least he gets the money back. You know, YouTube's going to take a little cut of it, but at least he gets most of it back.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So
I can always check your channel later, Jay, just for something else.
That's fair.
That's fair.
Pouring
like
down.
Moneyball's in Mansfield's court now.
Yes, it is. He's doing the weird eyebrow raise, so you know he's up to no good.
Up to shenanigans. But yeah, as far as the TV deal, yeah, I really don't understand the well, I mean, I do and I don't. I understand that they're trying to make it known that for lack of a better term, the flagship show, which has been SmackDown since the advent of the Roman Empire is becoming a thing. But at the same time, you still want Raw and NXT able to be shopped around, right? Because somebody may pick it up. Somebody may take a bite on that line. We know that a lot of the other entities besides NBC Universal, which is Sci-Fi, USA Network, NBC proper, things like that, have long coveted original, first run programming that doesn't necessarily rely on those that are walking the picket lines even now, right? So you are way too proud of yourself. I'm trying to make a point here, you dancing fool. Anyway, that's why I'm off camera, so I can make the stupid giggle sounds and dance and not anybody even see it.
We will get to it once we're done with this topic.
Yes. My thing is, if they're going to shop it around, do they leave Monday nights? Because that was talked about for a while that Raw may leave Monday. It's like, well, why would you leave after, God, what is it now? Over 30 years of equity built into the same night, because not even the great and powerful WCW could drive them away from Monday nights. They fought and scratched and clawed and won the battle. The Great Impact took about 2 months and went, yeah, we can't do this. Yeah, we're not going to win this shit. AEW beat NXT, but that was the beer Villanova brand, right, Hunter? I really think that they should just everything's to stay on USA and just make that NBC Universal Comcast partnership a powerhouse. Because now you've got SmackDown coming back to USA. You've got these primetime specials, and primetime means during the week in primetime, that 8 to 11 slot on NBC. That is major. People are kind of like overlooking that or kind of underselling that. WWE programming on NBC, which is the must-see network, during the course of a week during that primetime slot is golden for the company. So I would say just no pun intended to the soon-to-be dancing fool, but I would foster that relationship with NBC Universal and just, hedge the bets on them because, you're tied into one company at that point, but with the might have in Denver. Wow, they were in Denver last Friday for SmackDown. On my brain's still on that pop the Rock got. Endeavor, money behind it with UFC. Just the sky's the limit on what they can do with that tight knit of a partnership together between NBC and Endeavor, or TKO in this case.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting to see. I think it would be good if they could somehow get to retain the rights, just keep the entire WWE branding on USA. I think that would make it easy for everybody. Raw has been on USA for pretty much its entire existence, with the exception of that short run on Spike TV, which, if we're being honest, wasn't exactly its best era.
No.
Leaving Monday nights, much like they pointed out in the chat room, Walter pointed out, and I'll throw it to him to kind of elaborate on, we could potentially see Raw move to Wednesday and have a Wednesday night war.
Yeah.
I don't know, though, if they want to try that, because there's a lot of times, and I know that some people won't admit it, but there's a lot of times when Dynamite is the superior show to Raw.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if Vince and Nick Khan and Paul Levesque and Ari Emanuel and Dana White want to learn that lesson the hard way.
Yeah, no.
It was one thing when it was NXT.
Yes.
It'd be completely different if it's Raw.
Yes, I agree.
You've already got the fact that Dynamite's got the advantage with it being 2 hours to Raw's 3. So, Raw will win that third hour.
Yeah.
But the other 2 hours could very well get crushed.
Yep.
Especially since Raw is the show without the bloodline.
Yes.
Especially since even if the bloodline's a factor, Roman's not there every week.
Right.
Raw is also the show right now without Cena, without Rock. Granted, their participation and involvement is going to be limited, but all Raw really has going for it right now is Seth freaking Rollins and the Ring General Gunther.
Cody.
That's about it.
Yeah.
As far as reliable, must-see TV on a Monday night.
Yes.
There's other odds and ends that pop in that are entertaining, but those are the two things I look forward to seeing on my television every week.
Right.
Walter, do you want to go ahead and elaborate on the possibility of a Wednesday night war, since that was your thing in the comments?
Yeah, well, they're saying because Monday Night Football has been kicking WWE's ass, but you've been going against Monday Night Football the whole time Raw has been in existence. So what the hell are you going to change for now? Like, I don't get it. Plus, like you said, you don't want to risk the going against Wednesday. If they do this, if they move it to Wednesday, I guarantee you that the brand split could be completely gone. They're going to want everyone on Raw. If you move Raw to Wednesday, you're going to need Cena. You're going to need Punk. You're going to need Jay. You're going to need all the stars earlier. And you might purposely showcase some former AEW talents that you signed on purpose to put it against Dynamite as a F you to Khan. So that's the only way I see that working. But don't even go there. Like, stay Raw. You especially, you know how long it would take us, who all our lives have watched wrestling on Monday, to adjust to Raw changing to another day. We would all still put USA on Monday at 8 o'clock and then go, oh yeah, shit, it's not Monday anymore. Like, I guarantee all of us would do that.
Yeah, and then you'll be stuck with Christy Knows Best and Law and Order.
Yeah, like, so just don't do it. It's part of all our childhood. It's a staple on Raw. I mean, it's a staple on Mondays, so just leave it on Mondays. The USA Network for SmackDown, God help, please don't change SmackDown to 3 hours. USA seems to be greedy with this shit. And I feel like they're going to want that, and I don't want to see that. The only good thing about SmackDown being on USA is if The Rock showed up, he can say asshole without being censored. Because, God, that whole promo looked so bad when it was censored on Fox. Like, that was a letter grade down, like Aaron does for his review. For me, it was a letter grade down just because the way it was censored. Like, it was stupid sounding. Like, you had to watch the Twitter version to hear it cussing, and it's. But yeah, stay away from Wednesdays. You don't need another war. Besides, you also legitimize AEW. You make it a legitimate competition if you go Wednesday and you start the war. You're saying they are equal and we got to beat them. You actually give an AEW credit by doing that.
Well, to be fair, when the merger went into effect, they issued a press release. And they acknowledged the fact that AEW, Impact Wrestling, some of the other MMA type of promotions are competition to them.
Wow.
So they've already acknowledged the fact. So why not go gloves off at this point?
I can't believe they even did that.
I wouldn't. I just don't see them risking it. I wouldn't risk it. Imagine they beat them. I mean, I don't think you'll do the 82-week thing again, but imagine they beat them a couple. There has been, and I'm not the biggest AEW fan. You guys know I don't like AEW, but there has been quite a few weeks where Dynamite was the best show of the week.
Mm-hmm.
And so you don't want to risk that. And even though they lost power by losing Punk and the EVP crap that's going on, so people kind of want to tune out, you still don't want to risk it. At least I wouldn't. But who am I? They're business billionaires, so they know what they're doing. But who are we but to speculate?
That's fair.
We'll be lucky if we ever get a wallet with 5 figures in it, let alone 4 figures in it, longer than a day.
I mean, if I were to move Raw to Wednesdays, and this is a big hypothetical if, I think I would move NXT to Mondays. And the reason being, before everyone starts coming at me because Monday Night Football has been crushing Raw on the ratings, and why would you do that to your developmental brand? Number one, at the end of the day, it is in fact developmental. They don't expect it to get the ratings that Raw does.
Or should they?
Number two, like you pointed out, Walter, we're so used to wrestling on Monday nights that if we go to USA at 8 o'clock, we'll still find it there. It'll just be the new breed, the next generation.
Is NXT 2 hours? NXT 2 hours, right?
Yes.
You would have to, if you don't want Monday Night Football to crush it, started at 7. And then you stop it at 9, and then you might not have been crushed as bad because some people don't watch the first couple quarters of a game, so they might tune into NXT.
Then what you got to worry about is the familiarity of the regulars at the PCC that come to NXT every week. You know, some people who go to that stuff all the time may have their schedules arranged to where they have Tuesdays off so that they can be there for that.
Yeah.
You know, then the people got to try and get their schedules all rearranged, which, depending on where you work, isn't all that difficult to do, but at the same time, you've got a routine down.
It's true. But I do say, if you're gonna do that, you're gonna have a lot more main roster people coming down to NXT just as a ratings ploy. Like you'll see a bunch of main roster people coming down now, like
We're already
10 times what they're doing now.
We're already seeing a bunch of them. Me and Noah have been having conversations back and forth for a while because of reports that WWE wanted to turn NXT into a legitimate third brand. Noah always pointed out, the developmental, it'll never be a third brand. But you go and you look at No Mercy coming up. You've got Dominic Mysterio defending a championship. You got Becky Lynch defending a championship. You got Baron Corbin versus Braun Breaker. You very likely will have Pete Dunne versus Noam Dar for the Heritage Championship if he can get past Joe Coffey on Tuesday. You were supposed to have Mustafa Ali. Obviously, he got released, so we'll get to that later. But that's 4 that were guaranteed before the releases. A potential of a 5th, which now still leaves 4 possible main roster moves on that show, and we still haven't even rounded out the rest of the card yet.
Exactly.
Mikey or Josh, anything you'd like to add on this? Yes, Josh, I see your hand there.
I don't see Raw moving days.
Okay, why?
I don't see the need. Just because SmackDown's moving to USA doesn't mean that Raw is going to move days. I just don't see that happening. Because remember, there was a time when USA had both Raw and SmackDown. Or are we forgetting that time when SmackDown was on USA and Raw was still on Mondays? Just because football's a thing, I don't see them caring enough to move it just because of a few weeks of football. I don't. Yes, there's a ratings hit, but that's how it always has been. Yes,
Agreed.
This year kind of sucks for it. For some reason, I don't know why, but it's something they've always weathered and gone through. So I don't see a need to move it. Again, Raw's always been Monday Night Raw since it started, only a few days. Only a few shows in its history has it not been on Mondays. I just don't see the need for it. I don't see the publicity for it. It just doesn't make sense business-wise. And if you're going to put any show on Wednesday against AEW, you should put SmackDown against AEW. That show would definitely give AEW some competition. Now, will they? Probably not. If SmackDown gets moved today, it'll be Thursdays, but I don't see them doing that either. It just doesn't make sense. We'll see what happens in the end, but I would not be surprised to see NBC USA have all 3 shows. At the end of the day, I wouldn't. Because USA has had Raw, and it's still their number 1 show. I just don't see them willingly letting Raw go again. NXT possibly, Raw, I don't see it.
That's fair. Let me ask you, when was SmackDown on the USA Network?
When it went live. When they first started going live.
Which was when?
2016.
Okay, that's why I don't remember it. I wasn't watching then.
Okay.
So, do we not remember? No, I never knew.
Sorry.
And not to sound like a dick, but as far as SmackDown moving nights, the journalists that you love to follow are the ones saying that this very well could be happening. So I don't know why you're so anti it at this point.
And SmackDown's moved more than any other show has.
Well, I know that.
Yeah. Been on Thursday, they've been on Friday, they've been on Tuesday. Hell, they did a Super SmackDown on Monday, I think, at one point, or like right after Raw at one point. So
that's fair, yeah. Which is why I said I wouldn't be surprised if SmackDown moved. Now, to be fair, I haven't followed the certain journalist from another site on that specific topic of Raw moving nights. I hadn't seen that, so My bad on that, but
yeah, I've seen it reported by multiple journalists. That's why I mentioned it.
Okay.
Not saying that they're all reputable, but at the end of the day, when 3 or 4 people start to say the same thing, if it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, it's Charlie Conway.
Fair enough. I'm just saying I hadn't seen it. That's why it just the sound of it just didn't.
If you're going to be the Meltzer of the multiverse, don't act like the Meltzer of the multiverse. Actually have your shit straight is what we're trying to say.
Yes, sir.
Yes, that's right.
Good boy. If he was on camera, he'd pat your head right now.
If NBC Universal is going to control all the shows, I just say bring back a couple of shotgun Saturday nights because damn it, I miss those.
Well, right. That's the thing I was making a point at. You know, if you're going to have that synergy, everything be on the same under the same corporate TV umbrella, dude, spread it around, man. Have Raw, NXT, and SmackDown be on there. Have the primetime specials, but shit, NBC Universal's got plenty of cable channels, man. Shotgun Saturday Night, some
Saturday Night's main event.
Saturday Night's main event can be a thing again. You know, if they go that route, there's opportunities to be had here. It's just a matter of, you know, them making the announcement, and that's what has been, granted, irrationally, obnoxiously chapping my ass all year. It's like, make the goddamn announcement already. Like, let us know what's going on. And again, does it matter to me in the grand scheme of things? No, because I don't work for WWE. Damn it, Disney almost bought him, and it would have been a wonderful thing, but it didn't happen. So I could have been Mr. Iger's liaison to the McMahons, but that's okay. I just would like to know. JJ made a great point. You know, people, you know, build their schedules around. You know, if you're a wrestling fan, they build their schedules or try to around being home in time for Raw, NXT, SmackDown, Dynamite, you know, any of the live stuff. So it's a matter of knowing where your destination is going to be, and if you get to your destination point to watching in time. Yeah. But if we don't know where it's going to be, then we have to sit here in limbo. And, you know, I'm too old and fat to be limbo. Thank you very much. I can't limbo. I can't get low like that.
Note to self for donation on Wednesday.
No.
I got Jeff to be on screen. I'm happy with myself.
Grumble, bitch.
JJ, take control before it goes off the rail, man.
No, it's okay. I'm first of all, Mikey hasn't spoken yet, so I'm going to let him take the wheel here, and God help us all, because he's probably been driving the least amount of time out of all of us.
Damn.
But let him do his thing. But at the same time, I do want to make sure that I point out to the chat room that, you know, if you have a question you would like to be addressed, super chat. It's as simple as that. There's no need to get snarky about your question not getting responded to if you're not super chatting. Go ahead, Mikey.
Well, SmackDown leaving Fox, I'll say about this. I used to think that traditional sports never really mixed with WWE until the teams started showing up in the respective arenas. If they were in Pittsburgh, the Pirates and the Steelers would show up. If they were in Florida, the Bucks would show up. If they went to Anaheim, the Ducks and the Angels would show up. But I remember the days where it was just wrestling and nothing else. You know, and on USA, you know, good old JR and the King would plug USA programming. You know, watch La Femme Nikita after Monday Night Raw. Corey Graves and Michael Cole do the same thing with Fox, but Fox is also a sports channel, so they have to promote the football, they have to promote the NASCAR, they have to promote the college stuff. So now maybe they're thinking, oh, we don't have to talk about that anymore. I'd rather talk about what comes on at 11 o'clock on USA, whatever that is, because I don't really even watch USA past Raw anyway. So there's that topic. Moving Raw to another day, I don't see it either. It doesn't sound right. It's not aesthetically pleasing unless you're just going to say Raw is Raw. Take out the Monday night part of it, and then it might work. But we've known it as Monday Night Raw, hashtag MNR, for the better part of 30 years. So, let's look at this. It's Monday. You get up at 8:00 in the morning. You go to work. You want to come home after your start of the work week. You have your dinner. The kids they've done their homework. They want to watch Raw or football, either or. The family is happy. If the kids can't watch Raw on Monday night and they don't watch football and they've done their homework, what are they going to do? Play Fortnite all night? Probably.
Send their grateful asses to bed.
This is 2023, so they might do that.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Good.
Or Roblox.
Yeah,
Roblox,
I still don't know what that is, but I'm going off the rails myself. Monday, it's like you start the week with Raw, you end the week with supposedly a PLE, but if there's no PLE, you got Friday Night Smackdown, And if you're gonna take Raw off of Monday, you can't really say Friday Night Smackdown really much anymore because you're like, I don't know where to go with this. I don't know what to say. What is it? Let's just call it Raw and Smackdown and leave it as is.
You just proved that you don't watch AEW at all with that statement because there's Collision on Saturday nights, but I digress.
Saturday.
And the main AEW show is on Wednesdays, right?
Yes.
So
Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday.
So essentially, there's wrestling every day of the week, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
especially if there's a PLE or pay-per-view. Yep, because you got Raw Monday, NXT Tuesday, Dynamite Wednesday, Impact on Thursday, SmackDown and Rampage on Friday, and Collision on Saturday.
Ring of Honor on Thursday if you have Honor Club, and Sunday they're supposed to be the day of rest, but not in professional wrestling. Damn it!
Thank you for reminding me about Ring of Honor because I don't watch it, so I forget when it's on.
No worries, brother.
But freaking Angelina Love with her Rick Rude moment this week, but that's a whole other conversation.
I love Angelina Love, though. Damn it!
Impact 1000 was great for all the pigeon lovers of the world, but I digress. Moving right along.
She's a knockout, pun intended.
Hey, Josh wants to see Maddie Laws let the pigeons loose.
No.
He's already done. I've already paid him to do that one.
As head of network, I am putting the kibosh on that one.
Why are you big screening me?
Because
I already paid him to do that months ago.
Yeah, no. The Beetle People entrance is now reserved for clips from Impact 1000. No more Greg and Maddie and I doing that. No more.
Okay, you and Greg don't have to, just Maddie.
No. Hey, you know what? First of all, fuck you for the insult. Second of all, no, just no.
Mikey, anything else that you wanted to say?
No, I'm done.
Oh,
okay.
Your shirt's coming.
What?
We got to get me a shirt. Donate, damn it, donate to dictate, damn it.
They need to get me my shirt on time delivered first. It's been out in delivery for 2 weeks now. Fucking pro wrestling.
Right?
Looking at you assholes in Chicago.
I think the same people are delivering your shirt that were trying to deliver my overseas order that still hasn't been delivered. Claims it was delivered a week ago, but I still haven't received it.
That's okay. The best one was when we ordered a shirt for our friend in Nevada that shipped from Kentucky, somehow ended up in fucking Europe. Like, wait, what?
How does that happen?
Noah, did you go on this topic already?
I'm sorry, what? Was this open mic note or is this grievances about the postal service and delivery services? What?
All the things.
Hey, it is an open mic topic. And just because you still have to do the Daniel Garcia, sir, does not mean that you get to try and take our minds off of it.
That's
the
right.
simple shuffle. The simple shuffle.
Yes, the simple shuffle.
That's right.
Anyway, you guys already know what I'm about. I just watch what I watch, all right? My wrestling week starts on Wednesday because, 1, I need sleep. 2, I have some sanity in how much I actually turn on the TV. 3, I have a PlayStation that switched for a reason. And 4, I watch all things wrestling, but I watch it on my time. And that being said, I haven't tuned into a full Raw since they went 3 hours. So if SmackDown does that, fuck the WWE in all seriousness. But let's go ahead and look at this from, I guess, a corporate standpoint, so that's kind of what we're doing.
Yes.
Let's face it, the network is a revenue stream. Fox wasn't getting their fair deal, so they're like, fuck you. So now USA can own all of WWE. It feels like to me this was the end game to begin with. As you said, USA had Monday Night Raw since inception, the longest running weekly epic style television show in history of entertainment, period, point blank. I can't see Monday Night Raw or RAW or Raw, big 3 red letters, be on any other night but Monday. So I'm just going to leave that set in stone until the end of time. As far as SmackDown, Jeff, you said it perfectly. You talk about the days it was on. How about the networks it was on? Anyone remember CW and Sci-Fi?
Yes.
Just saying. So at this point, SmackDown might as well be the hot potato of the WWE more than the TNT title. So we'll see what happens as far as that show goes. It wouldn't surprise me, though, if they did put it on Wednesday, because why not? You get the red, you get the yellow, you get the blue, and then you got the rest of your week, too. So why not just give everybody straight 3 days of WWE content, then have them figure out what to do with their Thursday and Friday? As far as, you know, the whole idea of wrestling 7 days a week, yeah, it's 2023. I mean, hell, I watch NJPW in the middle of the morning because I'm that damn crazy. As I said, I got NJPW on at 3 a.m. Standard Time, and I'm watching that because that's headlined by Will Ospreay, which is Suji. And also Greto Khan, all hail. Versus Shingo Takagi and Tetsuya Naito versus Jeff Cobb. But anyway, as far as where SmackDown could sit, I mean, if they're going to keep NXT where it's at, then the only real night I could see them doing it, because they did it before, is Thursday night, because that probably would be the most comfortable at a time slot for them. Again, they do not need to make it 3 hours, but this is the USA Network. If it means they can advertise more for Bachelorette Island or Temptation Island, whatever the hell shit that is, or some other stupid pointless sitcom / reality show with insert family number 259 that people could give 2 shits less about, that's not named the Kardashians. That's what USA Network is going to do. Sorry, did I go there? That's what USA Network's going to do. They don't show game shows. They show reality and Law & Order reruns. That's what they live off of. It wasn't for WWE. So I could see it literally being 3 hours on Thursday night. And as far as NXT, it's developmental, damn it! If you're not going to put it back on the network, at least make it actually look like what it's supposed to fucking be. It's not Raw soft. It's not smack dab in the middle of SmackDown. It's not halfway heat in the middle of a freaking football game while you got NFL championships now in the WWE. Whatever. So at this point, I don't know what they're going to do with SmackDown. It's pretty much just miscellaneous property, because the bottom line is, as long as USA's got Roman Reigns, they got nothing to worry about. Now they got him permanently. Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes. Ever going to finish that story? Oh, no, never mind. That's on TikTok. But anyway, yeah, I don't know what they're going to do with Friday nights. And also, as long as they do the house show circuit for the other revenue point, you got to consider this. Their house shows are named by general. Saturday is Saturday night's main event. Sundays are now known as the Sunday Stunner. So unless they start letting up on the house show circuit, you're not getting Saturday Night Main Event back. You'll be lucky if you ever get Velocity or Heat back, despite the fact they still own those properties. So, again, I'm not going to hold back. I really don't give a shit. But as far as, you know, what they do with SmackDown, WWE is owned not by Disney, not by the UFC. They're owned by USA, and they're owned by USA for life. I'm still not going to watch SmackDown, though, if it goes 3 hours, and I still don't watch Monday Night Raw, because 2 superstars is not enough for me for 3 hours of my sanity when I can watch a highlight in less than 5 minutes.
That's fair.
You still have sanity?
He won't after he does Daniel Garcia's dance.
Here very soon.
Simple shuffle.
Stop.
I just did this. I just wrote a bunch of the Simple Shuffle lyrics like Mambo number 5 in the chat. So
we saw that. And Richard, it was $20 to get Noah to do it. So $20, 10 to Jeff's channel, 10 to my channel.
Uncle Jeff is
Jeff
sick.
to do it also.
Wait a minute.
Hey, that's only fair, Meacham. It's only fair.
Give the people what they want.
That's right. Give the people what they want. Freshly squeezed.
We gotta simp you out for money too.
Y'all need to shut the fuck up and let me say something. Okay. I am sitting here in a ratty-ass t-shirt and pajama bottoms because I'm sicker than dog shit. So if y'all want to scar our viewers for life, then fine. Just saying.
Did you guys see Tony Khan doing it?
Yes. That was great.
Tony Khan was doing what now?
Tony
Khan did the woo, yes.
It was cringe.
How much cocaine was in his office that morning?
No. What was cringe was the Hunbucks getting the 6-man tag titles last night. But I
ways to set Noah off.
What was that English?
Because that was beautiful them getting it because we got the Nana dance last night. Because
fucking hell.
Oh, Jeff.
And Richard is officially on the money train. Way to go, JJ.
There's 10 to your channel, Jeff, and he's on his way to my channel.
Oh,
I'll go get better clothes on. You guys suck a dick.
Yeah, don't they? You, this is karma for you. This is karma for you for starting this in the first place.
Hang on just a guy.
No. I don't give a damn you're a man of the market. You started this super chat, the very first super chat. You and your own damn hubris being your own downfall. You deserve this.
I wish I could be on camera right now, but like I'm a little scared, not gonna lie.
What we'll do is once you get better dressed, Meacham, we'll pull everyone out and we'll do the 2 vertical shots. And you and Noah can do the woo together.
Yes!
Maybe Meacham.
You're a bad person, JJ.
Maybe Meacham shouldn't do the woo. It should be the Meacham Macarena.
You know what? I know how to do the Macarena. I'll do that for $20.
I haven't done the Macarena since 6th grade. What the fuck are you trying to do here? Turn this open.
No, not you. You got the simple shuffle, but Meacham Macarena, it just goes.
The Meacham Macarena. Okay.
It was the Daniel Garcia woo as well.
There it is.
Damn it. Fucking hell.
Appreciate it, Richard.
Did it. JJ fucking did it.
Everything.
Appreciate it, Richard.
Everything.
All right. Well, while Jeff gets himself pulled together, let's take a minute and we'll show everyone what they missed last night on the Rampage Grand Slam watch along.
No!
It was beautiful live. Just saying.
Which I have checked the chat. It has been sent to Aaron Rift.
Oh, God.
In the no DQ.
The Hunbucks just won the Reign of Honor 6-man tag team championship. You know what that means, Noah. You know what that means. Noah Foster is going to have to do the Prince Nana dance.
New Ring of Honor 6-man tag team champions crowned tonight in the main event of Armor Stadium, the Rampage Grand Slam. Heyman, Adam Page, and Nick Jackson now 4-time Ring of Honor tag team 6-man champions. The Humbucks with success, being the most dominant trio in Ring of Honor history. I didn't think they could pull it out. I hate myself. I hate Prince Nana. I hate the Mogul Embassy. And I hate all of you. Fuck.
Just remember, nobody forced you into this bet.
I was so confident. I was so damn confident.
You know what? I was confident about Cody Rhodes at Madison Square Garden, too. But now I have to believe in Joe Hendry.
Well, yeah, Joya's freaking dying on me. So fuck everything. Nothing matters. God. Fucking hell. Fine. I hate. Oh, God. How this thing go? Oh, Jesus. This is so fucking stupid. Never standing up. That's all you're getting. Fuck off.
Beautiful on every level.
I'm gonna
the Noah Nana. I got a million names for this stuff. I got a million names for this stuff. The Noah Nana.
The Simp Shuffle.
We'll go out and have
That is not a word!
That's not even a word!
Go light up. That was amazing.
I mean, I am a simp. You are named the Simp.
That's going on the video version of Now That's What I Call Music. Noah.
Don't start that shit!
It's all the video version. What are you talking about?
Oh, James got a lot of clips from tonight.
Coming soon to a store near you. Noah, that's what I call music.
That is never going to see the light of day in a freaking retail store. God help me.
That'd be retail
And be on the lookout. And be on the lookout for Noah. That's what I call slow jams.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful cover, Noah.
As soon as he sent me that image, as soon as he posted that image, I was like, dude, this is like one of those Thump Records old school like vinyl covers for real.
Yes. That's some LA stuff with
leaned against the lowrider.
Right? That's LA lowriders.
Oh, LA.
The day that Noah actually spends some of that simp money and makes us do all the crazy shit is the day that we never mess with Noah again because of the things we know he will make us do.
I don't know what kind of crack you are smoking, Mansfield. Even if that day comes, I will forever do shit to mess with Noah. You know why? Because out of everybody on this motherfucking panel, he is the best sport about it all. Because he hates doing every bit of it, but he is willing to sacrifice his dignity to help Jeff make money, to help Greg Cherry make money, and to help me make money.
Well, damn it, Noah, it's going to be my turn soon too on my channel.
Of the multiverse of media.
Oh, damn straight, because he has dignity. I have no dignity.
We know, Josh.
Put the graphic up, Jay.
Yes, Jeff.
Those rants were definitely approved.
Josh, that was the understatement of the year, man.
See, people can make me do crazy shit. Come on.
What happened to it?
I don't know. Is it in there?
No. It's like it got taken out.
We're not in the stat boy room. That's why.
No, but I used to have it in the watch-along room too.
Are you sure it wasn't in the other Mug Night room, the one that got deleted because we consolidated?
Pretty sure.
You only can have it to 100 things at once. So again, y'all might have accidentally deleted it. So.
Or the Jeff one.
God.
The Jeff one I think is still in here.
Good.
But I'm not tired of the shit yet. So.
We're not even an hour in yet, and all right, we're only
there it is. There it is.
There it is.
Just had to re-add it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna pull everybody out so that we can just have the two.
Okay, let me.
Dancing fools.
Let me actually get the margarita. Well, I wish I had a margarita. The Macarena music. I thought I could hear it. What I'm doing.
Wait, what are you doing?
You're doing the shuffle. You're doing the shuffle. I'm gonna do the Macarena afterwards, right? Or are we both doing the shuffle?
I don't know what the fuck's happening. I
have no idea either.
You guys were paid to both do the Daniel Garcia dance.
I don't even know the Daniel Garcia dance. I don't even know how the hell that goes.
That doesn't have music. Daniel Garcia just literally does some stupid shit. I don't want to.
Maybe doing this stupid shit.
Fucking hell.
All right.
I don't know. I
seriously don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm doing right now.
Let me see what Daniel Garcia does here. Oh, Jesus. The dude with his pants. Why? Why is this a thing? Why is this a thing in 2023? Y'all are bad people.
Okay, no. My hips don't do that. Wait a minute.
Yeah, but I was saying, Jeff, how's your hips?
Dude, I've been in the public trust since Rocky Horror. That's frightening. Jesus. All right, well, hang on. God damn it, all the hell. I actually had to stand up. Bullshit.
Hell, I mean,
karma is karma's karma, right? Of my night opening.
Yeah, that's another one of your damn catchphrases. Welcome, folks, to the two-man show here of stupidity.
Damn it! God, my desk's a fucking mess too.
Oh God!
I can't get. Oh shit! I fell. Okay. Damn it! This is
you know what? They're gonna keep us here all night until we do this shit.
I know. I'm trying to freaking get play on. Show the rest of the house. Mom's gonna kill me. Oh God!
I don't know how this works.
I don't either. There's too much
I'm just trying to.
All right, hang on.
I'm still researching. Let me see here. I think I found a clip. Oh hell no!
God. All right.
God.
All right, here. I can't get in a shot without having too wide, so I will do the pelvic thrust just in my chair. God help me, all the hell.
You know, maybe you're already speaking too much, Jeff.
Probably. All right.
Bizarre but effective. Most technical sports entertainer. God. I hate pizza pie. I also hate that too.
That's right.
God.
All right, here we go. 1.
I get
2, 3. Just yeah, he puts his arms up and he like shakes his hands and he just like.
That's it. I'm not doing that. I quit.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I quit.
He quit. We can't quit. No, we need you for commentary. No, no.
God, that's the only reason I'm staying here. All right.
Okay, fair. That's fair.
That's the only reason. Fuck. That sucked.
I should throw up on the camera just to pull a draws out and make you all
someone's
sick.
Someone's gonna get that, but let God don't let the ATW family see that shit.
You guys realize that that's just pretty much the updated Alex or Alex? What the hell is it?
James is here.
That's all that is.
James.
Yeah.
James is here.
Damn it, James! You fucking idiot!
That's right. I remember that one.
Perfect timing, James.
God
You
bless it.
have a lot to clip from this episode tonight.
So yeah, for the babies in the room, every time Noah kept saying "I hate" 5 times, it's like I thought Dustin Hoffman and Hook. I hate Peter Pan. That's why I went there. So.
I've heard that.
Oh my God!
You remember, folks, and you are.
And Attila's in the room. Great, bloody great.
And Attila.
Yeah.
Thank you for the entertainment,
Hi,
man.
Attila.
You're not welcome.
You're not. Yeah.
Fuck the hell.
That's awful.
Now,
can we get dancing?
Now, for a man who preaches about professional wrestling, damn it!
But I digress.
That was sports entertainment.
I hate it. Woo! Tired of all your shit. Oh God!
From Noah to the world. There you go. Thank you. All right, everything.
And to me specifically.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you and Richard Morales, and honestly me, because I helped too. That was my.
You freaking instigated this.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Well, why'd you do it?
Why
your damn freaking multiverse got fatter wallets than they can actually keep up with a damn college fund or feed their own families. Rather than pay for my dignity.
Because it was JJ who suggested this last night, Jeff.
Oh, okay. That's fair. I'm over here, but I'm over here.
We're just the jackasses that paid the money to see him do it.
Yeah, you three jackasses worse than Steve-O and Johnny Knoxville. God.
It was still a stupid match at WrestleMania, but I digress.
Don't get me started on that shit.
If not for that, we wouldn't get to Sammy and the Bloodline. So let's just give the jackass the momentary credit he deserves.
Fair enough.
Okay. All right. So we were talking about wrestling at one point, and what happened was, Mike Night broke out for real. Shenanigans were plenty.
All I gotta say is James popped in because I tagged him in the open mic night chat and told him that you were about to do the Daniel Garcia. So that's how he got here, right in the nick of time to see it.
Of course you freaking did.
Now Jeff's gonna yell at JJ.
No, because we all know that James needed to see that so that he could clip that for the highlight reel for New Year's Eve.
Oh, yes.
That is a thing.
So much alcohol on that New Year's Eve special this year. Oh, my God.
I'm just worried for Disney karaoke when everyone in that chat room's gonna make me do that night.
No. Well, you're full of shit. And the reason you're full of shit is because you love these Disney songs, and you're going to enjoy the shit out of it. I'm going to do to this guy.
Oh, I know what I'm doing to that guy.
It's because you're an evil bastard.
Yes, it went right over his head last night.
He's not all evil. He makes good on Sundays.
All right. Let's try to reel things in just a little bit.
JJ, get your show back on fucking track.
We're going to take a quick hiatus. The topic is over. We've done the dancing. We're going to take a little break, show a commercial or two. And when we come back, we will get into our next discussion piece and talk about the WWE going down under might for the Elimination Chamber.
Freaking gave myself a damn wedgie. God.
We will be right back.
You ever wanted to come into a sports bar where the barkeeps know their game? Well, the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse of Media has got a production just for you. Sit down and relax as the stat boy and his partner break down the statistics in all things sports. Whether it's football, basketball, motorsports, baseball, hockey, soccer, professional wrestling, mixed martial arts, boxing, and much, much more. All are welcome. Your barkeeps here keep you up to date and in the know of everything going on in sports, while also having a pleasant conversation about it all. Your host and owner of the bar, Stat Boy Mike. His partner in crime, Dory Lou. And a host of other guests coming in. The food's hot, the seats are warm, the drinks are ice cold, and the sports talk is plentiful. Cassidy 18 Studios presents Stat Boy Sports Bar. Take a bar stool and enjoy the show.
We are back, and before
I'm sorry if this caught over the airways, my bad. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, I have no idea what you're talking about, but okay.
No, okay.
And before Josh bows out, like he said he was about to do in the private chat, we do have teleporting into the command center the mighty Datilla.
Hey guys, hey everybody.
I don't need to hear a word out of you, young lady.
What?
No.
Wow.
Right, hello, Datilla. Good to see you.
Good to see you guys too. I was listening and watching, and I was just like, "Oh my god!" That was some funny stuff.
Now we have Nola together.
I
Nola,
know Joya.
we don't even want to talk about Nola because Joya is like.
You're gonna send me over the edge again, and we're gonna go off the rails. So let's try and stay on topic.
There's my Spanish announce partner.
Oh, God. This needs to become a thing. But, JJ, please continue.
Yes.
Who, me? Who's the Spanish announce partner?
Richard Morales.
JJ, Walter will be the freaking third. Oh, God.
Josh, go ahead. You were going to bow out of here?
Thank you, gentlemen, and awesome to tell her I have mass at 8:30 tomorrow. I have to be there at 8 to set up. So it is midnight here, so I'm not going to get enough sleep as it is, so I'm going to take my leave. Thank you all. Follow me on the X Twitter at Walking Hymnal, Instagram, Mamamangram, and find me on all these awesome shows, causing all the beautiful, awesome simping mayhem that I do.
Fucking idiot.
Love you, Noah. And OH.
Hi-oh.
Hi-oh.
Thank you. Take that, Notre Dame. I am not sorry, Greg. So,
Josh, OH, go.
And then there were 6.
Yes.
Oh, there were 6 before the commercial. There's 6 after the commercial. We just traded.
Fair enough.
Some people may say we upgraded, but,
Traded up,
it was all just a trade.
That's right.
It's good to have Datella joining the room to discuss the next topics with us.
Yeah.
Hey. Yeah, I was waiting for you guys to send me the link. I apologize about my dog.
No, it's okay. It's
Okay.
all good.
It's all good.
I apologize for not sending the link sooner. Things kind of got crazy, and then the dancing and everything. And it wasn't until I saw you in the chat room that I was like, oh, yeah, I haven't sent her the link yet.
No, it's all right. No worries. I was working on like stuff for my YouTube channel. As you guys saw, I updated. Well, I don't think everybody has seen, but I updated my logo.
Yes,
Very nice logo.
Thank you. Made it myself.
I still have your old one loaded in just because it's got the YouTube and everything, but hopefully by next week we'll get everything jockeyed around so that we can use your new logo.
On it.
No worries.
Oh, Jeff is already working it out. Look at him.
That's why he's the man on the marquee.
Ah, shit. It's too many files. We have over 100 files here. We need to start deleting the shit out of here. So I'll work on that while we're talking about this topic.
Good God.
Good Lord, people.
All right.
Anyway, carry on.
Yeah.
Carry on, my wayward son.
And not copyright. Not copyright. No karaoke. Not copyright.
Okay.
They ruined commentary for Noah last night.
All right. So the next topic. WWE announced that the Elimination Chamber PLE will be going to a land down under. Australia is going to get the pay-per-view, the PLE. What are we thinking about this move? I mean, okay, wow, that caught me off guard.
I'm trying to sorry. Stop.
What are we thinking about this move? I know WWE has been trying to branch out, get a little bit more global in their global entertainment. Is this the right place to go? Is there somewhere else that we think that they should have done a PLE from first before going to Australia? Stat Boy, go ahead.
They still need to go to Mexico.
I agree.
Yeah, see, that's my thing, is like, as great as Australia is, why have they not touched a pay-per-view from Mexico?
Especially when you're showcasing LWO.
Yeah, right?
I'm pretty sure Mexico is more than AAA and CMLL as well. I'm pretty sure you could find a building down there somewhere.
Oh, I'm sure. And I mean, you figure a good chunk of their roster is Hispanic.
As we celebrate Hispanic Heritage
It is
Month.
that Hispanic Heritage Month.
Yeah. So what an announcement that would have made during this month.
Walter.
Oh wow, damn! Walter left her hanging.
I was looking down.
She was trying to go for
Sorry,
a
I
high
was
five.
looking down.
No, she's going for a high five.
They're both doing the Joya dance. They're in perfect sync.
No.
Oh, okay.
You and I are Joya.
Yeah, that's true.
Impact has stolen my Joya.
I don't even want to talk about that.
No.
I'm so
We're
sad
right about that
about
later. Back to Mexico and whether or not they could do a show in Mexico City or freaking what other cities are down there in Mexico?
Guadalajara, Tijuana.
Yes, thank you. Guadalajara was the only other one I could think of, but I couldn't think of the damn word.
Cabo.
Cabo.
Yeah, Cabo. Aguascalientes.
I never heard of Cabo, so.
I only
Puerto
Cabo only
Vallarta?
came to, yeah, thank you. That was the other one I was going to say, and that's only because I went on a cruise that went to Cabo and Puerto Vallarta.
If they do
All the
one in
tourist
Cancun,
destinations.
I am going. I'll tell you that right now.
What about the freaking Copacabana?
Copacabana, the hottest.
Her name
No,
was Lola,
copyright, not
Lola
copyright.
Cabana.
The freaking coach singing that and the rock kicking him off screen. But yeah, the back to Staple, who simply said they haven't done Mexico yet. Yeah, I'm really surprised. They've done all over Canada, but they can't do Mexico? It's right below us. And here they stand, JJ, as I'm sure you're about to say, but hell, you and I are calling the shit because we're crazy. Because they're in Australia, the land down under, and it should be a song by Men at Work. I'm just going to put that out there right now. And no, non-copyright, not singing. We're calling this thing New Japan Pro Wrestling as time, I believe. Correct? Did they say like what? 3 a.m. Pacific?
5 a.m.
No,
6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific.
Yeah.
So I was right. There you go. Thank you. That's
Yeah,
love for the
it's 3
confirmation.
Pacific, 6 Eastern. Like I put in the chat to just me, you, and Jeff. If I am where I currently am right now, I don't know if I can do a 3 a.m. start time.
Yeah, no.
No, I know I can't.
Because you got to figure, I'm in the middle of the living room right now.
Yeah.
There.
I literally, this wall is the kid's bedroom.
Yeah.
Me trying to do a watch along at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's no bueno.
See.
So we either have to pray that our move has gone down around the holidays like we're hoping, and I have a garage space that I can be in, not have to worry about disturbing anyone.
Good luck, brother.
Or we do it like a standard UK time, and we do it like 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. It'll be tape delay. It will have already occurred, but we just make sure that people in the chat room don't give spoilers, break out the ban hammer if they do, just do basically like we did for Battleground.
Yeah, exactly.
So right now, those are the two things, but we will be covering it. You guys saw it in the watch along trailer that just ran.
I saw some of that, by the way, in my freaking rage against all of you yahoos, but I digress.
We're West Coasters. We're used to the tape delay.
Right.
West Coasters.
I see you there. 1 second, Walter. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. If you want to do it live and you need someone to cover you, I'll join them and do the 3-man team for you.
That's if we do
so
it. So
you'll have backup if you need it. If you want to go live and you need it, I can do it.
Appreciate that. Definitely something to keep in mind. At the end of the day, that decision is not mine to make. That would be the man with the green screen, because his name is the one on the marquee.
So I like I said to you, like you two in the room, like you two in the private chat, I cannot talk. I'm still sick ridden, and now my freaking hips are thrown out from that stupid dancing bullshit.
Yeah, but your hips don't lie.
Yeah, they wish they could right now. So, that's cute. That's cute.
My pants are still out of whack. Anyway.
Nutella understood that reference.
Yeah, she did. I like that shit. All right. I'm gonna be a Patty Bass tonight now. Anyway. I am okay with going at 3 a.m. Our time here, as long as I have a 2-man team. I know Noah's willing. Hell, he's even watched New Japan since we're done here, so I know he's willing. Honestly, if it comes down to it, if you're moved in where you need to be, cool. If we need to have Noah do one PLE solo, okay. If I'm awake, I can try to pull some of your awesomeness off, JJ. But I definitely want to have it be live, only because we're not gonna be able to prevent all the spoilers. It's just not gonna happen.
No.
Because people suck. I mean, let's just be real.
Well, like I said, Jeff, if you need it, I got you. I can join Noah, and I can.
I've also called freaking Wrestle Kingdom solo. So this will be a cakewalk for me.
Yeah,
I know, but the thing I'm concerned about, Noah, and it's not that we have lack of faith in you because we've told you you're fucking Joey Styles on this network. You don't need anybody to do color next to you. But you've often stated how my passion for the WWE product brings out more from you on those commentaries.
Yeah, because you add to the story.
So that's the only thing I would be concerned about as far as you trying to do a WWE one is you not having the same passion for the E that I do. Much in the same way that your passion about the All Elite product has brought out a lot in me. You know, Jeff went back and watched the Grand Slam commentaries and told me how great I did on those, you know. That really made me feel good considering I'm just starting to slide into the AEW turf.
Hey.
Yeah.
But a lot of that is your passion for that product that's rubbed out on me.
Fair enough.
He brought the passion out of me for Impact too.
Yeah, that'd be the only reason I want somebody that is passionate about, you know, WWE, NXT, whatever, like JJ has been since he returned to watching wrestling, which is why I was suggesting myself, because I'm not necessarily gung-ho passionate. I'm just batshit crazy about wrestling. So, you know, if I can make myself throw back a Zoa and get up and carry enough of the weight where Noah's not having to call sports entertainment by himself.
Yeah.
So we will find a way, one way or the other. Hopefully the best scenario will apply and you'll be moved into the place you need to be and you can have your own space. That would be the ideal situation by February. Worst case scenario, well, with any luck, we'll be out of this house too, so I don't have to worry about this space. But if I'm still here and you're not in your space, we will cover it at 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 Pacific.
And bottom line, 24/7, as long as I'm not working, you all have my voice. And whether I carry it on my own or do it with others, there's always a plan B. But back to the whole geography thing here. I mean, again, I still can't believe they haven't done Mexico yet, but Australia, this is what? Their second ever biggest show down there. Let's not forget, before Saudi Arabia was a thing, now we got all the political bullshit out of the way, as far as we know.
For now.
They had their first real super showdown down under in Australia.
Yes.
And it was headlined by the homecoming guy, JJ. You might not have seen this. You may not know this. Buddy Matthews is from Australia. He was the Cruiserweight champion at the time. Welcome in like a king. I don't think it's the same venue they're doing Elimination Chamber. Jeff, you can fact check geography on that. But the fact that you got Grayson Waller, the fact that you got Rhea Ripley, and I know people are going to be like, okay, Australia, New Zealand, that same thing. Fuck off. All right, it's Australia. Australia's Australia. If you know, you know. Get an A in your damn geography class and tell your teacher to fuck off. Don't do that. Respect your educators. But anyway, it's one of those things. Sorry, it's one of those things where, again, they do have some Australian-focused talent there, and one of the biggest stars is literally Australian, Rhea Ripley. If nothing else, this feels like what WWE is at their forefront: branding, marketing, and why they do have a lot of Mexican talent. And we're talking about Hispanic Heritage Month. There's no argument right now that one of the biggest characters in their product, despite the fact she has jack shit for championship competition, is Rhea Ripley. So I feel like if nothing else, they're doing this for that major pop and maybe a ring an endorsement from Australia. I just don't know how Rhea Ripley fits into the mold. And Grayson Waller, that'd be his big viral moment since he's talking about Australia. But I just think Australia is just twofold. It's branding. It's part of Triple H's global organization plan that he first started spouting about when he tried to turn NXT into a global thing. And at the end of the day, WWE's just, once again, moving out their IP even further. But I do wonder if that means maybe we'll finally get to the backlash in Puerto Rico. Maybe they do backlash in Mexico. Well, I still think Mexico should be a market picked sooner than a freaking continent down under.
Yeah, I agree. Like I said, you know, I don't know what it is. If there's something in Mexico where there's like issues with them doing shows down there, Jeff's nodding his head, so maybe that's what it all boils down to. But you know, Germany's another one that I've always thought, like, why haven't they gone and done a show in Germany yet? You know, you've got Ireland, you've got Sheamus, who could be on a final run. And you've got the Irish Ace, JD McDonough.
The man.
You know? Yeah, Becky Lynch.
She's literally Irish.
Scotland. Isn't she, or is she Irish?
She's Irish.
Okay.
Very much Irish.
I couldn't remember if she was Irish or Scottish.
Well, I mean, it's not world geography, but Ireland, Scotland, same continent. And at one point,
McIntyre's.
Yeah, I know Drew is Scottish.
Yeah, he's the Scottish.
Yeah, he's the Scottish one.
Yeah, he came up trained by Finn Balor. So.
And at one point, JJ, during my red and black NXT UK, they were supposed to have a takeover in Dublin, Ireland, and then the word fell to a fucking pandemic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and how do you have this world tournament, but you don't do it over the world? If NXT is going to do a world tournament, how about having each of them do some little tours and have one of those tournaments in each country that you want to represent? That's an idea.
Well, that goes back to me nodding my head about the Mexico thing. A lot of the countries JJ mentioned, as far as the European countries, they're still, even in long after World War II, long after that era of our world, there's still a lot of turmoil in a lot of parts of the world. Kind of glazed over the political situation in Saudi Arabia being what it's being. So we don't have to keep saying aren't redacted anymore. But a lot of the world is still very much like that. As far as over Europe, Mexico depends which person you ask. Honest to God, Mexico is still very political as far as who runs shows there, who dictates who runs shows there, how things are dictated down there. So it really is a lot of it's very much the Wild West down there, even now. So it would be, I think it'd be more difficult to get into mainland Mexico. Like if you go into like we talked about, they were in Puerto Rico, that's not part of Mexico, that's one of our territories, but the little islands off the mainland, it'd be probably more of a nightmare on production team, if we're being honest. But as far as the political and criminal climate, I think would be safer for the WWE and their team. Not trying to cast a pall over the entirety of Mexico here, because that's not the case. No. But it's nowhere near as bad as it was in the territory days by a lot. But there's still a lot of that kind of way the business is run going on down there. So WWE has to be very careful with how they approach booking in Mexico proper.
That's fair.
Fair.
Really quickly before somebody else goes, we have gotten a couple of super chats I'd like to address.
Okay.
Dwayne Atkinson with the $10 super chat says, "Much love to you and your channel, buddy." I think that came to your channel, Jeff.
Okay, cool. Hey, then that'll get me over. Well, I kind of put myself over the top thanks to that $10 starting the hell there. But thank you guys again. I say it every week, and I sound gushy when I do it, but thank you guys very much for continuing to support here in the super chat. And again, JJ and I getting paid out every month, or at least all but 1 month this year for me has not gone unnoticed. I promise you guys, especially when I was off injured from work. So thank you guys again for the support.
Dwayne with another $5 super chat, also to your channel.
Oh,
it sucks Emma got released this close to the Australia pay-per-view.
Yeah.
And we will be getting more in depth into Emma and her release later, but it does suck that her being an Aussie talent won't be able to be part of an event like this. Richard, I do see yours about Nia Jax. It's off topic, so just let us finish this topic here and then we'll address it, okay? But I don't want you to think we forgot about you.
Gotcha.
And everybody else, make sure you spread the love of the super chats. I understand it's normal to go directly to Jeff. He's the man with the name on the marquee. He is the West Coast professor, but there are 2 other channels that are monetized that we are broadcasting on. So show your love to either my channel or the Greg Cherry brand as well.
Everybody plays their part, and I guess every continent plays in WWE's part. I mean, you brought out, like, again, some other countries. Now, Jeff talked about the situations beyond booking entertainment in Mexico. You did bring up Germany. Germany also might. Wow, no, you're tired. Germany also might be one of those that might still be a little bit of, proceed with caution based on what you do. considering there's already been a recent story about somebody who apparently, past transgressions forgotten, but I'm just saying some people don't forget, especially when it comes to the internet, and their pettiness does go beyond a freaking year. But also, you bring up other territories. I'm just going to bring this up because why this is more about WWE expanding, as we've been talking about this year, JJ, the premium live events going global. I mean, every event this year has done that except for one so far, to my knowledge. And they're trying to make them all be in stadiums, almost like trying to make everything feel like a big. No longer just big 4 or big 5. It's big all year round. It's almost overkill to a degree. I'm just waiting now to see, okay, so where they're going to try and tackle Japan and maybe the Tokyo Dome or Yokohama Arena, which is the center stage of New Japan Pro Wrestling Noah, Wrestle Kingdom. I think that's your next biggest market when it comes to the history of the wrestling industry, sports entertainment or not.
I definitely agree with you about Japan. I think part of the reason why WWE hasn't done Japan though is the limit of Japanese wrestlers that they have. Fair. You've got Nakamura, you've got Asuka, and you've got Io, and that's about it.
Funaki?
Yeah, if you want a number one announcer.
Yes, put him on announcer team.
And depending on what and who you read articles by, there's a heavy rumor going around that Asuka could be on her way out.
Oh.
Whether it's a contract expiring or just wanting to retire, period. Reports are saying that every house show that she's worked lately, specifically against Charlotte, there's been a warm embrace between the two after the match in the ring. You wouldn't expect something from that against, coming from Charlotte. Charlotte is the queen diva. She's Little Miss, I got to be the center of attention. So for her to give that kind of love to Asuka after every match almost makes you wonder if she's on her way out.
Well, considering Asuka's other passion is video games, as she was a game programmer, and she also is a huge arcade cabinet nostalgia, literally building her own home arcade in her home country, that wouldn't surprise me one bit considering the legacy she's given to the wrestling industry, particularly WWE. Again, we talk about a lot when it comes to a wrestler and chasing the dragon. For many, WWE is their end game. And when they feel they got enough from it, they want to move on and take it easy and do something else. And I don't blame them. But again, staying with what we are talking about here when it comes about global organization, which really what this comes down to. I mean, at this point, what are they going to do next? I mean, the only thing they haven't booked internationally yet, which surprises me, is the Royal Rumble.
That's fair. I did want to touch on one other thing you said, but Dwayne did send in another $10 super chat, this time to my channel. Again, much love to you and your channel, my friend. Thank you very much. Do appreciate that, Dwayne. But you made a point about how a lot of these international shows have been stadium shows.
Yep.
And I wonder if what happened last year with Money in the Bank isn't the reason for that. You think about it. Last year, they tried to run Money in the Bank in Vegas, in the stadium. Granted, the same weekend as UFC, which
right.
was fucking retarded in of itself.
Glad you said it, not me.
But they were trying to turn Money in the Bank into a big 5 pay-per-view, run it into a stadium, and they failed miserably.
Mm-hmm.
And now you look at this year, and a lot of the B and C rated shows have been in international markets where they can be in a stadium, where they can sell 40, 50, 70, 80,000 seats as opposed to 15,000.
Because they're
20,000.
They're not forever surrounded by this form of entertainment, and they want this.
Exactly, but that's what I'm getting at, is maybe that's part of why they're doing this international world tour, if you will, for some of these shows. I think you hit the nail on the head there without even, meaning to or realizing it when you did. But I think I think these international shows are to try and turn those B and C list shows into a big 5, 6, 8 type of situation. 1 second, Jeff Walters had his hand up. Go ahead, Walter.
Well, first, was Stat Boy done? It seemed like we all went on a thing, and I don't think he was done. So I don't want to. Were you done?
Yeah, I'll everything you guys have said is pretty much a-okay. The only other thing I would say is if you don't get the Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi chant in the WWE live show, well, then there's something rotten in WWE. But I'm good. You guys go ahead.
Okay. All right. I just didn't want to.
Crowns up.
Go ahead, Noah.
Damn right, an Empire. And by the way, don't be surprised if WWE tries to filter that shit out. Anyway, continue.
I think one thing we're not factoring in is the merger of TKO. The UFC has great marketing. They know how to do these internationals. They got Abu Dhabi. They go to China. They go to Africa. They're gonna go to Africa. They're trying to do a big thing in Mexico. So Mexico might come sooner than later. With the UFC marketing behind it, they could work together. They know how to get things international. UFC is awesome at that because they got stars that represent that. They got Mexican champions. So if they know how to do it, they can make it happen merging with WWE. Now, this Australia thing, the only thing that bothers us is the time difference. But I'm all for it. This is pretty much the Rhea Ripley show, like to me, and Wilder. It's to showcase them. And then, who knows, by February, a certain bitch might be in contention for this title. So if we could get that in Australia or as part of the chamber, that would be freaking. Imagine if Jade wins the chamber and then has a WrestleMania match against her there. Like this, it'll be crazy. Or she's the #1 contender for Rhea in Australia. So there's a lot of things that happen between here and February. So I'm looking forward to that. But I'm glad they're going to different international places. But yeah, I definitely want to see Mexico and Japan as well.
Ooh,
I mean, if Rhea Ripley is not the main event of that show, they've already done fucked up.
Agree, JJ.
She's the main event, definitely.
She better be. You can't assume anything, Walter.
I mean, well, you could assume that they would open and close the show with chamber matches.
Yeah.
But if they don't make her the main event of that show, they done fucked up.
Exactly. Well, just imagine the end of the show. It's Rhea wins whatever main event she's in, and Jade had won the Elimination Chamber and goes face to face to her, and that's how they end it with the belt in her face like this. Like, imagine that.
I can see him just doing the title in the Elimination Chamber though at this point, because again, what competition do they have for her?
What competition do they have to put in the damn chamber at this point?
They got more bodies. That's the bottom line.
Really quickly, Mikey, I see you raising your hand. Datilla, is your hand up? Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
I just want to quickly throw out and ask, what if they would screw up even more if they had her lose the belt in her home country?
Yeah, I don't think
JJ even likes to make stars lose in their home state.
No, she's winning in Australia. No way in hell.
It would be one thing if she was challenging for the title, right, Zelina Vega? But I don't think that they would do that to Rhea. Rhea's way too marketable.
That's the word. Again, as I also said, marketing. The WWE is a giant branding juggernaut with matches brought to you by Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Fuck that shit.
Don't get me started, Noah.
I know, JJ.
And the UFC is just as big with marketing. So when you combine these two, we're going to get a hell of a future with this.
Yes. Go ahead, Datilla. And then we'll go to you, Jeff. Sorry.
Well, first of all, I would love the idea of WWE going to Mexico. I think they haven't been there in over 10, 11 years. The last time they went was for a Raw and Smackdown, the year that Mil Máscaras got inducted into the Hall of Fame. They had made his announcement. Well, it didn't air on TV, but it was a WWE YouTube exclusive where they announced his induction. So I definitely would be all down for them to go to Mexico. And depending on what part, though, And as for them for
going Stadium,
where's the Azteca Stadium at?
They got the stadium there, and that's probably the biggest stadium that they have in Mexico.
What city is that in? Is that in Guadalajara or Mexico City?
I think so, but I'll double check while you keep going.
Okay. And then Noah,
yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Impact doing a show in Mexico next month? In November with TPA?
I believe they are, yes. And again, AAA has worked more with, again, all the other companies, AEW, Impact, even the NWA for that matter. So,
yeah.
Again, with WWE always being about, conclusive, like literally, exclusive to themselves versus every other company right now in the day and age of the industry being more inclusive to each other. That also might be another butting of the head right there for this company trying to, bring themselves into this just for themselves versus others. Because at the end of the day, WWE stands for WWE. Now WWE stands for WWE and UFC. But yes, they are.
And it's crazy that Impact is doing a show in Mexico first before AEW and before WWE.
Mm-hmm. But although MJF did name drop Azteca Stadium, and Tony Khan was like, I'd love to do a show down there in Mexico. So don't be surprised if Tony Khan tries to do that.
Yeah. I mean, WWE has Latino talent that they can showcase and probably, would be amazing. But I don't know if they would make them look good.
That's the other thing. Again, it's one thing to market. It's another thing to book properly. It's not hard to book. It's just hard to finance. And we're talking about the biggest financial power in the world of sports entertainment. And now Combat Sports has merged with it. At the end of the day, WWE is about one thing. Branding.
Yes. And as far as the Elimination Chamber in Australia is concerned, this is the second year in a row. It will be the second year in a row that's on the USA. This year was in Montreal. Next year's going to be in Australia. I don't know about that time, though. Like, I admire you guys for trying to stay up and watch that. I'm going to be sound asleep. I'll just catch the replay.
Right.
I am not, like, in order for me to watch it, I'd have to go to bed early and then wake up and then watch it. And see, the thing is, I share my room, so it's like I would have to watch with my headphones. I can't make noise. I watch it in the living room with my parents, but it's like they're gonna be asleep. Oh, I don't know. I'll just catch the replay.
Yeah. I mean,
screw that. It's my revenge. My kids want to wake me up early every other day. I'm waking up early and be like screaming in WWE. I'll do the call with you guys. Screw that. You guys screw with me every morning. Guess what turn it is now?
Look, Wrestle Kingdom is the show that starts the wrestling off every year, for those that don't know. It's hosted by New Japan Pro Wrestling in the Tokyo Dome. January 4th is the true first inaugural day of the industry, and it's probably the most important day. The bottom line is that show has at least a 1 to 2 hour pre-show sometimes before the actual bell time, they call it, sometimes 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Y'all want to know how this crazy man handles that? I go to sleep 8 hours earlier and wake up at freaking midnight.
I can't do that.
Yeah, I can't do that.
It's hard. It's hard for me, but we're also going to be in winter still. We won't have had daylight savings yet, so going to bed at like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, sleeping until about 2 in order to be up and do it is definitely something feasible for me if the move has occurred.
And again, like you said,
that's the key.
Yeah, again, I understand people have challenges, whether it's yourself, whether it's your family, whether it's your environment. I completely understand that. I don't have none of those things. But that being said, also I'm on the East Coast and I'm crazy. But also, that being said, again, in this day and era of connective industry, let's just call it what it is. We're a connected industry. People can literally watch this any damn time on the Peacock. It wouldn't surprise me if people wake up, eat some freaking eggs and spam, and then freaking turn it on because they don't want to go to work and drink a damn cup of coffee. I don't fucking know what people do in the morning. But,
spam in my lunchbox at work. Spam and pork.
Like I was saying,
I'm just talking what I do for a living when I freaking work, all right? When I work from home here and I gotta start at 8 a.m. Standard Time, I have eggs and spam. I don't drink coffee, and I just start my day. So
I think I just came up with the next karaoke night, y'all. Weird Al karaoke.
Okay.
Noah, eggs and spam.
I broke step.
Noah, eggs and spam.
Oh, but anywho, I think
I'm being honest here too. Just saying.
Ow. Cracked
And yet I'm the fat one, and look how thin you are. That's not cool. You eat eggs and spam every damn day. I eat one piece of bread and I gain 7 pounds and shit.
That don't sound right. But anyway.
Like I was saying, I definitely do think Rhea, Grayson Waller, JD Madonna should be on that show. And I agree with you guys that Rhea Ripley should main event, whether she's defending her title in the Elimination Chamber or whether she has a one-on-one title defense or whatever type of defense, she should main event. Because I definitely think she would be the one that everybody would be behind for. Just sucks that the Iconics are no longer there to participate like they were in the first one. Emma just got released, poor her. So, yeah.
Women's tag team wrestling hasn't mattered since the Iconics left WWE. Anyway, JJ also just got one more thing here. What other market have they been trying to oversaturate lately with spectacles, and they yet can't do a big enough show to air on the Peacock, let alone for maybe one of the premium live events? India, anybody?
There you go. Meacham, you have been patiently waiting.
So
here's the thing by the shirt.
Yeah,
Thing.
First of all, eggs and spam, that was like the greatest commercial callback history. And the fact that you sang the commercial, the jingle, JD, that just made my fucking night.
No, that was the Weird Al song.
I know.
That's why I said Weird Al karaoke.
Wait. Hold on. Weird Al did a song on eggs and spam?
Yep. You know the REM song Stand?
Yes.
Stand in the place where you live.
Yes.
Now face.
Not copyright. Not copyright, though.
Weird Al did Spam.
Oh,
Spam in my lunchbox at work. Ham and pork.
I've heard White and Dirty. I've heard I Lost on Jeopardy. I've heard Gump. I've never heard that in my life. What the fuck?
Yeah, me neither. I've heard Eat It.
I've heard
White and Nerdy.
I want to say it was off of the UHF soundtrack, which wasn't one of his better selling because the movie tanked balls also.
Yeah, it did.
So that may be why it's forgotten.
The first Weird Al song I ever heard was My Bologna.
Yeah.
Yes.
That boy's ringtone used to be White and Nerdy.
Yes.
Whenever he would call any of us, that would go off.
What Mikey's going? All right. So first of all, I am now ordering a pre-show next week over Mike Night Weird Al education seminar. That way people can get caught up on their shit. Because damn it, they should. Now,
didn't Weird Al do a Pokemon song?
What happened?
What?
Yes, he did.
Didn't Weird Al do a Pokemon song?
Yep, he did the Pokemon.
Pokemon.
He named off every one of the 151 original Pokemon in a polka medley and called it Pokemon.
Dear Christ. Second of all, I completely off. Right, thank you. No, I appreciate you on that one. Just wanted to point out, we're talking about Australia. The Kings are playing a preseason game in Australia. Thanks to ESPN Plus, it's on my TV now, and my heart is full because the Kings are on television.
There you go.
Okay, good.
They're losing because it's Kings. But anyway,
damn.
So, but as far as the whole global presence of WWE, keep in mind they sent John Cena to the ring at Money in the Bank and did the hard sell on Richard on bringing WWE and bringing WrestleMania to London. I really think this is all going to be what leads us to that path. We've heard tell, we're going to be in Philly next year for Mania. That's locked in. We've heard tell about Nashville. We've heard about Minnesota because WWE is clearly idiot. Yeah, let's run a possible wintertime show in Minnesota in a stadium.
Minnesota's got a big worthwhile stadium.
Well, I mean, the Vikings play there, so they have a football stadium.
I guess.
But
and they've also got wherever the Twins play for a baseball stadium.
That's true. So there are options to play WrestleMania. They're going to play WrestleMania, boys and girls. There are options there, but beyond the speculation, beyond Philly, we don't know where they're going to be for Mania in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years. It's not out of their own possibility for them to go to London, but they're trying to show that they can book into these markets. Noah has made it tonight. JJ's made the point for months now. These markets in this country are getting oversaturated, right, Chicago? But around the world, not so much. We're not seeing a whole lot of shows in any other continent or even parts of this continent. The United States is getting hit hard with plethora of shows. Canada's getting a lot of AEW right now, so God bless Tony for that, for the Canadian folks, But Mexico's not seeing any shows. Europe's not seeing a whole lot of WWE or AEW until, they were just at Wembley. But other parts of Europe aren't getting WWE. And when they did, they went to Wales and had freaking the main eventer karaoke with Tyson Fury, because that was a thing.
Still fucking sucked.
God. So, great show, but the ending just sucked it from the back. It was awful. So I think that all these global hits, they were in India 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago? Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
They're going to Australia. They're going back to Australia. They're hitting different points around the world. They're trying to lead up to getting a big four across, around the world again. And then maybe if that one hits, they may do WrestleMania in London. I think that's the goal. They want to keep testing the markets to see if WrestleMania will sell in a non-North American market, because they've never taken WrestleMania outside North America. Canada's the farthest they've gone. So, and I think John making that hard sell, if you want to have a hard sell done by, a guy who literally was on Smackdown 3 different times called the greatest of all time, whether you agree with that or not, that's how you do it. You get your guy who's been your guy for over 20 years. Do you want WrestleMania here? And have the crowd pop their nut. Seriously, that's how you do it. That's how you do it right there. And I know my mic's cracking. Everything's cracking. My mic, my voice, all the things.
We still hear you clearly. And again, John Cena, like I said, he is truly the spokesperson of WWE. That now and forever.
Yep. And if you want to be the spokesperson in the chat as far as what it is we talk about, super chat. It's as simple as that.
Mm-hmm. Wait, real quick. If the strike ends, does that mean Dina has to go back?
I would say so.
No.
It doesn't mean
project.
Go ahead, JJ.
It doesn't mean that he has to go back, as he did agree to X amount of dates with WWE upon his return. So he's at least going to be there until that run is done.
Yes.
I think he signed up for about 2 months, going up until right about Survivor Series. I don't know if Survivor Series was included or if it was just before, but right about Survivor Series time, he agreed to be around for. So if the strike ends tomorrow, he's still with WWE for that time.
Okay. So he fulfills,
because he's been locked into storylines. You figure we've got Fastlane in 2 weeks. He's going to have a match there.
I forgot about that.
As far as The Rock and those potential plans, that's where it could become a hiccup.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, The Rock probably had movie after movie after movie lined up, and the strike is over. They all come to the flood.
What about the XFL? Does he also have to restart that as well?
Cena had a lot of stuff lined up too. I believe he was shooting season 2 of The Peacemaker.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was just a movie.
No, his role in the Suicide Squad was part of the movie, but they spun it off into an HBO Max, now just Max, exclusive streaming movie.
Oh.
Or exclusive streaming series, excuse me.
Okay.
Kind of like The Mandalorian and Stranger Things. It is a series on the Max app exclusive to that.
Okay.
Furthering the story and the character of the Peacemaker.
Okay, that's fair. I wasn't.
I haven't seen a single episode. I still haven't seen the Suicide Squad that he's in. If I'm being honest,
I saw
I
the
saw
new
it.
one. I liked
I
it.
saw it.
Honestly, I wasn't in a rush to go see it because I like the first Suicide Squad movie, even though a lot of people crap on it. I think it's a
I
lot
like
better
seeing
than
the
people give it credit for.
To be
You know,
fair,
I like
saw-
seeing the Hulu movie.
I saw
To be fair,
Suicide
Jay-
Squad in Mexico.
That had to be interesting.
right? To be fair, they didn't crap on the first one with Jared Leto. They pre-crapped on it.
For real.
That's true.
I see. Quick to judge instead of actually seeing it. Blah, blah, blah.
It's not.
Well,
Did
I
you
mean,
see
it's not Jack. So
if all you saw was an image of Jared Leto as the Joker, you'd look at it and be like, what in the holy flying fucks is this?
right.
Yeah.
But
Did you see
if you
Cena's?
watch the movie,
Hang on, guys.
then you realize that he did a lot better than people want to give him credit for. And then
Yes, he
when you
did.
hear the rumors that his best shit was actually left on the cutting room floor, you're like, what the hell?
Why? Yeah. Why would they do that to him? Why would they totally set him up to fail?
Reality check.
Awful.
And he was listed like number 2 in the movie next to Will Smith, but he had like 5 minutes of screen time.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, actually, it was in English with Spanish subtitles. So
Yeah,
I
there
was
you
like,
Mhm.
it was Jumanji, Welcome to the Jungle, that I saw in Spanish.
Oh, nice.
There you go. Mikey's looking to bail out y'all, so he's being very patient, raise his hand. So
I didn't see the message. Oh, okay. I just saw it. Okay. Go ahead, Stat Boy.
Oh, I just want to say, thanks for having me on the show again this week. Come into the Sports Bar on Tuesday. Dory Lou and I will be talking about week 3 trade potentials. Hopefully nobody gets injured this week, even though somebody did in practice. Usual talk, golf, tennis, NASCAR, WNBA, MLB. Follow us on the Twitter and the X and the Instagram, and we'll see you all on Tuesday. I love you all. Thank you, family. Stat Boy out.
Adios, amigo.
Take care, brother.
And then there were 5.
5.
So, have you seen the Hulu movies? Those shits are hilarious. I love them in there.
Which one?
Yeah. The friend. I forgot what the hell it's called. With the friends go on vacation together.
I haven't seen it yet, but I do have them lined up either for next year or the year after for my movies that Star Wrestlers.
Yeah, that's a great. That's a great segue as we close this global organization topic and talk about the Renegades feature presentations to come up. So, JJ, why don't you go ahead and run a commercial break and let's go ahead and move forward with this show.
I love how great
Noah.
I love how great Noah has gotten at throwing to commercial. Yes, I'll go ahead. We'll run the trailer of what is to come next month on Renegades Reviews. Fair warning, because of the technology that was used to make it seem eerie and spookier. If you have epilepsy, you might not want to look straight at the screen, but yeah.
I should put my glasses on.
Fair point.
Damn it.
you go. Coming next month to Renegades Reviews, it'll be Stephen King month for our 31 days of Halloween. Yes, there's going to be a couple movies in there that aren't horror-esque. Stand By Me, Shawshank Redemption, The Running Man. But I just figured, gotta throw them all in there together. Gotta lump the Stephen King.
I guarantee you that the bunny, Ali, probably has seen every one of those movies and probably could even refer you to more. I mean, you and her need to do a horror podcast or something because she celebrates Halloween in October like it's freaking Christmas year round.
My wife does too. My living room's already Halloween.
I'm blah, but whatever.
Thank you very much for the compliments in the chat room. King Mike saying that he liked it. Both Walter and Dattila giving me props on the trailer there. I always enjoy putting my Halloween trailers together because it's one of the few months that I do that are 31 days. And the music track that I use is actually two things layered. One is just kind of like the background ambiance. It's kind of like that hum that you hear. And then the other track is the piano and the violins and everything. And I just found that when you stack it on top of each other, it just sounds so great. It gives you that classic Universal Monsters type of horror vibe. It's so cool.
Yeah, good on you. Halloween ballyhoo, but good on you, JJ.
And, let's not forget, JJ, next weekend I will not be part of anything on the channel or at Disney because I'm going to be meeting a whole bunch of the Halloween people. So we could have some seriously cool, if things work out, some pretty cool content coming up here in the next 30 to 60 days here on the channels.
Yes, so. And I'm sure we'll get more in depth into it during the normal shows, but we've also got the top 10 Scream Queens coming up next month as a part of the Dad's Not Always on Wrestling. So
yes, one of which I will definitely be seeing in 7 days. So there you go.
Scream Queens? You mean victims that literally scream their guts out before they get disemboweled?
No, Scream Queens as in female actresses that have starred in multiple horror movies or horror movie franchises.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they tend to be your quote-unquote final girl, the one that goes up against the main antagonist.
Yeah, your Jamie Lee Curtis's, your Nev.
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah.
Fair. All right, that's fair. I know Killer Kelly recently had her dream come true, meeting the guy freaking from Nightmare on Elm Street, Freddy Krueger himself. So there you go.
Yes, Robert Englund. Yeah.
And I just got his autograph.
Sorry. I know you did.
Robert's cool people. I like Robert. I've met him a couple of times at different things. It's so funny to have these people that play just these sinister son bitches, and they're so nice.
I know.
Like Nick Castle.
Oh God, Nick Castle was an absolute sweetheart, and it's like he's the original Shape. He's the original Michael. But
we went.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, we went to an event at the Sugarmint Gallery a couple years back where they had Nick Castle, they had the new Michael Myers, they had PJ Souls, they had like a bunch of the old Halloween people there and got to meet a whole bunch of them. It was a cool event.
Yeah, it was a cool little intimate thing in the gallery, which is basically the backyard of the old Myers house. This thing this weekend though, like I've been telling JJ, like every single living portrait of Michael Myers is going to be there. Just on that alone, it's like, how's it not sold out for me?
Pretty much everybody important to the franchise except for John Carpenter himself and Jamie Lee Curtis are supposed to be there.
That's probably why it's not sold out.
Well, but again, Jamie Lee is purposely not doing stuff that infringes on anybody's SAG connections, and John doesn't do much of these things anyway. He never has. He's never been there.
I'm broke now because my wife keeps going to Terracons.
Right.
You guys know in Power Rangers and Mighty Morphin, they had a Halloween episode, and the bad guy was the pumpkin raptor because he actually rapped.
I remember.
Pumpkin raptor.
I remember that one.
That's
he actually rapped. It was some of the corniest stuff ever, but it was hilarious.
So apparently
Walter Jones is here.
Rapping was before Vanilla Ice, John Cena, and Max Caster. Got it.
All right. Before we move on to the next topic, I did want to go back to Richard's super chat.
Yes.
Because he has super chatted $5. Says he wants his girl Nia to win the belt from Rhea in her boring reign in her home country.
Damn.
Bonsai
Ouch.
drop 1, 2, 3.
Ouch.
Richard, we
Bonsai!
super chat. Thank you.
Moving
I
on.
appreciate the super chat. I mean, while I do agree that Rhea's reign is beginning to get boring because she seems to focus more on Dom and trying to be the glue that holds the Judgment Day together, as opposed to going out there and, actually having programs and defending her title.
Chris Statlander.
I don't know about her losing the belt to Nia.
Same.
No.
I was really
Her reign is
holding out
only
for
stagnant.
Shayna. Go ahead, Walter.
I was just going to say her reign is stagnant because of either A, injuries to her, or B, injuries to her competition. She has no one to defend against, so that's not really her fault.
Booking. Well,
no, but the problem is when they're not injured, they're freaking booking her like Statlander.
Yeah, and Statlander, somehow she's been the main event, defended her title every week, currently undefeated, and now has a match for her title being defended on the next pay-per-view, Wrestle Dream. Hey, Rhea, what you been up to lately?
Well, right, but prior to the match with Jade, like, they barely featured her as the TBS champion, which is like, why would you have her in the streak if you're not going to feature her every week? That was silly. And now they're doing the same thing with Rhea. Rhea, granted, she was selling the injury from Nia the previous week. She wasn't even on Raw this week at all.
Yeah, how the audience feel about that?
I think she's still selling the injury.
Well, right, like that's what I just said. But it's like, even if she's selling an injury, like, have her do something. Like, have her be on camera in some way.
You could have done something.
A satellite thing.
Thank
Seriously.
You, literally took the words out of my mouth. And you got people like Zoe. You got people like Zoe Stark, Shayna Baszler. She was feuding with your NXT, Lara Valkyria. They couldn't do a freaking NXT versus main roster program out of that. Jeez. But anyway, we're going.
Don't even bring up Shayna. I'm so hurt by Shayna. Like, why do you keep forcing her into tag teams? Give her a fucking solo run and let her dominate. Leave her the hell alone with these goddamn tag teams.
If you want to hear more about Walter Cruz's rage, please subscribe to his YouTube channel, folks. And I'm sure Big D will happily go along with Walter on the tangent that Shayna Baszler has been booked like dog shit and should be a singles champion. Thank you very much. Respect women's wrestling. Watch Impact Wrestling. They're the leaders. Yes, all right, JJ, what's the next topic? Let's keep this party train going.
That 10 knockout segment, incredible.
That was so
right. That was fire. I'm not even going to lie.
Women's professional wrestling done right. Damn it.
But you digress.
Damn right I do.
Did you hear the pop for Awesome Kong?
Yes.
Oh, hell yeah. And again, as JJ and I alluded to, if that wasn't the ultimate symbol of relief and closure, my God, I don't know what is.
Absolutely.
All right, what's the next topic?
Yeah.
So the next topic comes from AEW Dynamite.
AEW! Sorry, go ahead.
The International Championship, Jon Moxley and Rey Fenix.
Rey Fenix?
Yes. So everybody was kind of wondering what happened with Mox. Reports have come out recently. We all said on the watch along that as we were getting more information, we would give it to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, Mox suffered a concussion.
That's what I thought.
So the report going around is, and I'm going to read it verbatim. This is from Cultaholic Wrestling. AEW Dynamite Grand Slam saw Rey Fenix win the International Championship from Jon Moxley after Mox suffered a concussion and called an audible to change the planned finish of the bout. Mox suffered the injury during a senton from Fenix on the outside, with Mox banging the back of his head on the floor. Fenix later won the match with 2 Fire Thunder drivers, a move which gained the Death Triangle member heat backstage. It was suggested that Fenix caught heat as some believed the drivers are what caused Mox's injury, and despite video footage suggesting that Mox may have collided with the mat during the move, it was, quote, totally safe. Concussions are serious business, but very unpredictable. As such, Mox could be out a matter of weeks or potentially much longer, with the former champion only allowed back into the ring after satisfactorily passing a bunch of concussion protocol tests. AEW and referee Rick Knox have caught some flack online for allowing the match to continue despite Moxley's injury, but the report suggests that Phoenix, Knox, and the ringside medical staff weren't aware of the injury at the time due to the fact that Mox wasn't knocked out as a result and continued to perform in the ring. So, much like we said on the broadcast, time out of action is definitely questionable. As eerie as it is to say this, though, this is probably the best possible result as far as the injury, because he did not suffer a broken neck or anything more severe. Yes, concussions are serious business, right, Jeff? But at the same time, being out a couple of weeks or even a month or so is a lot better than being out of action permanently because of a broken neck or risking paralysis.
Yep. You can figure about this with Adam Cole when he got concussed during the first Forbidden Door and then suffered another concussion just a couple weeks after that when he thought he was okay. Wasn't sure if he could ever do this again, and talked about during AW All Access the side effects he had where he couldn't sleep. He was suffering from botulism in the middle of the night, and the one that was there at his side the entire way, also fearing for his very life, not just his wrestling career, was Dr. Baker, DMD. Quote unquote, his fiance, I would say at this point. So, and the fact that Britt wants to one day settle down with this individual, start a family. Jon Moxley already a father, already has a family with Renee Paquette, and of course his daughter. It's a very scary thing when you consider not just the wrestler, but the man could have suffered some of that, could have literally ended him in several ways. The fact of the matter that he was confident enough to continue from the spot that we were unaware of even during our call, JJ, we just thought was ridiculous. That was one of the earlier spots in the match. And again, on all parties, they continued, including the man that suffered it himself. And Jon Moxley is not a newbie. He is a long-standing veteran of the game, despite people calling him a garbage wrestler. Yes, short-sighted fools, with all due respect. And again, he's one of those that truly is, I think, the safest in the ring that you can work with. Hell, he even one time pointed out MJF hit me harder to sell MJF's character during the pandemic. But that's a whole different conversation. Now, I'm no medical specialist, even though I work for a nursing college. How ironic. But the fact of the matter is, not just in wrestling, but in sports in general, concussions can literally not only end your career, they can end your life. So I'm glad he's okay. And I think overall, all parties handled it correctly, because as soon as they were aware of the situation, they handled it effectively. And that's what's most important, being aware of the situation per the actual affected party, not your own assumption or so-called medical understanding.
The thing that I think is the most important in that article that I read is the fact that Mox was coherent enough that he was able to call the audible in order for Phoenix to win the match. Because heaven forbid we had another one of these fucking interim champions.
Don't get me started with that fucking word.
He should have called the audible the first time, though. He stopped mid-count, and then they had to do it again, and they screwed that up. You should have just...
Yeah, that is where...
Yeah, I agree.
That is where the referee fucked up the most.
Yep.
And me and Noah were both on the calls saying that was a fuck up, because I think originally Mox was supposed to kick out of the spot, because obviously Mox was supposed to retain.
Yeah.
But when the ref fucked up the count, I think is where Mox said, "Tell him to hit me again, count the 3."
Exactly. Because the referee and all the competitors are in constant communication with each other to carry out the presentation. to the fullest.
Ray Phoenix was so shocked that his face was just like he was in disbelief that he actually beat Jon Moxley.
Right? I mean,
yeah.
And at the outset, me and Noah were even saying it was like, okay, I understand shit happened. I understand an audible needed to be called. But all that did in hindsight, and again, don't come at me, people. Unplanned shit happens, had to call an audible. I get all that. That just cheapened the international championship that Orange Cassidy spent how long making a reputable belt?
Over 300 days.
Because Mox had it for 2 weeks and then dropped it.
Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, the one that got hurt the most was the International Championship, and some would say that was the most prestigious title up to this point in this company. And again, it's not the first time we've seen this situation affect a competitor in AEW. I point out Adam Cole from Forbidden Door. I'll go back way even further and point out Orange Cassidy, who at one point nearly got concussed himself in a match against Pac. And Aubrey Edwards was on the call for that, and even she called the audible during that. So the way the situation was handled might not have been executed properly to the fullest degree, but at least we're not stuck with the I word, even if it lessens the value of this championship.
And don't forget oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I was going to say, don't remember that Matt Hardy incident where he fell head back into the concrete and they let him continue? I think he got a concussion from that, but they caught some flack for that.
I think since then that they've only tried to perfect their concussive measures. Again, the company was also still very young at the time. That was during the pandemic. But yes, that was actually the very first one, to her point, JJ, that happened in this company. It was Sammy Guevara and Matt Hardy. Jeff, you remember this, AEW All Out 2020 with that ridiculous spot on concrete.
Yeah, he went back of the head first.
Yeah, he missed the table completely. Good.
Yeah.
Communication is key, but like anything else in this day and age of society, still very much flawed and constantly needs improvement. This was handled delicately. I don't think it was handled the most efficiently, but at least Jon Moxley is okay coherently, and that's what's most important at the end of the day.
Yeah, Jon Moxley was okay afterwards. Like you said, that was the most important.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the belt goes, at least it's on an actual international superstar now. Do something with it. Make it an international championship and make it important. He can do it. He may have won it by accident, but now turn shit into sugar, do something.
Yeah, I mean, Pac did it. He was the inaugural champion. He defended all over the UK during AEW Dark presentations, whether it was Italy or Germany, JJ, or the UK. So maybe Ray Phoenix could be the guy that brings AEW into Mexico a bit more, because AEW has already been down there with some of their talent on AAA. So again, looking at this whole entire situation, we're looking at the concussion and the extent. Again, we're not doctors, and thankfully Jon Moxley's okay, praise the Lord. But also at the end of the day, this is about the international championship. Where does it go from here? How much has it been hurt in value? Is it unrecoverable? I don't think so, Jada, because again, it's still a very young title. And now we wonder how this changes the presentation. Because right now, Orange Cassidy, I don't think he's even thinking about it. I mean, I literally watched Collision Tonight. Spoiler alert, folks. Orange Cassidy and Hook are teaming up together in a fatal four-way number contendership match for the AEW World Tag Team Championships, where they can call their shot anytime they want. The winner's that.
So he's moved on already?
And let me see who else is in that match. Oh, that's right. The Fuck Bucks. And they can call the belt, they can call a match anytime they want.
Uh-oh. What have I started?
Where's Full Gear gonna be?
In
Los
LA,
Angeles,
baby.
their backyard. And let's see, they just put the ROH 6-man tag titles on themselves. Are they not going to put the AEW tag titles back on them too?
That's a conversation for another day.
What does the Magic 8 Ball say? No fucking duh, Renegade.
I was going to say ask again later, but I don't own one. But also, please note, folks, the opinions of the Championship Multiverse Media panel does not reflect everybody on the panel, nor should it reflect everybody in the audience. As again, we are all our own fans. Thank you and good night. I didn't mean
but I'm
to go.
sure Jeff will agree with me on that.
I did not mean to trigger the Renegade. I'm sorry.
I'm officially re-sick thanks to the Bucks possibly being champions again. So there you go.
And having to defeat FTR to do it. Like, come on.
Wait. Now we're assuming things. Let's be honest here. Aussie Open have a real damn good chance of getting it done this time around. And JJ, if you have not seen their first encounter at World Class, go to NGPW World's YouTube channel, folks, and check out that match in full length for free. It was fucking incredible. But anyway, going off topic, still talking about international stars, international championship. Bottom line, yes, Central Cassidy's lost it. It has hurt in value and in presentation. Ray Phoenix, he's the guy now that you're going to have to trust to see how they fix it. But at least John Moxley's okay at the end of the day.
I say you keep it on Ray Phoenix until John Moxley comes back.
All right.
Okay, but here's the problem with that, Datilla. Just theoretically spitballing here.
Ooh,
if Moxley is only out for 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Then you've just played hot potato and treated the international title like it's the TNT title.
True.
I don't want that.
I don't want that either, but I mean, we don't know how long Moxley's going to be out. It could be a month. It could be 2 weeks. You know,
how long was Adam Cole out? Just saying.
He was out for a long time.
That's fair, but like the report said, the minimum is probably 2 weeks. I mean, if the concussion wasn't that severe and at Dynamite next week he passes protocols, he can be back on TV next week.
Right before Wrestle Dream.
Is it likely? Probably not. But at the same time, it's not impossible either.
Especially because it's John Moxley we're talking about here.
It may be highly unlikely in all likelihood, right, Bossman Rift?
But
Rift. It's not impossible.
And that's the key word.
Go ahead, Walter.
Yeah, I just want to say, a lot of people talk shit about the WWE and them banning certain moves, but you see the results of this and look at, I'm not saying one of the banned moves is what hurt them, because obviously it was with the floor, but there's a reason certain moves are banned, and AEW is just going on shit crazy with Canadian destroyers and power drivers and the way they flip over the top rope. I mean, who's the guy in Dynamite that almost like landed right in his neck when he flipped over the apron? Like they like
that wasn't even an AEW star. That's even crazier talent. That was Lucha Libre from AAA. That was El Hijo de Vikingo.
Yeah, Vikingo, yeah. So it's like you got to slow down AEW with the stuff, and it's like, I mean, I know it's an alternate to the WWE style, but there's a reason certain moves are bans, and if you're gonna keep doing this, John Moxley's a big star in your company, and imagine if other people get hurt and you're doing crazy shit like Sting is doing crazy shit, jumping off tables and shit. Like you got to chill out. That the man is 62, 63 years old doing this crazy shit, and God forbid he kills himself out there. So,
I mean,
like,
are you going to tell Sting what to do, though? I'm just saying.
I agree with you, and I've been guilty of talking shit too, because I want to see certain moves, but
I'm sorry. I'm jumping over you. Yeah, you do tell Sting what to do. He's 60-something years old. I don't care if he's Sting or you get these. You tell these guys, I appreciate who you are to the history of the industry, but I'm not going to have you kill yourself on my goddamn television show.
Exactly. The problem is we're talking about Pussyfoot Tony Khan, who can't even stand up to his own EVPs and lost the biggest star he had. But I digress.
Tell me where he's telling lies.
Well, that's granted. This situation, yes, Tony is who he is as a boss. If based on what we see, yes, I agree. But that goes with anybody in any sort of sport, entertainment, or whatever you want to call it. The people in charge have to be the people in charge. Okay, Mox clearly was not clearly injured because he's taken so many damn bumps to the head. He's able to shake it off, and he's fine until he's not. In that case, he was not fine. He ended up taking a bigger ding to the head than originally thought. But here's where it gets, and again, JJ pointed out, right, Jeff? It's like, yeah,
once you take one of those, you are susceptible to them over and over and over again. And it doesn't matter if it's been a month, a year, 10 years, 20 years. The brain is what it is. I've said this on the air. I've said it in private chats. I just now, in the last 3 years, got to look at just how bad my scar tissue has been on my brain for the last 23 years, or 22 years, excuse me. Jeff can't count. Buy the shirt on Greg Cherry's website. Damn it. But it doesn't ever fully heal.
Nope.
The brain will do amazing, ridiculous things to make sure the rest of you works, but it can only handle so much. And part of that defense mechanism in the brain is telling itself to tell the body that it can keep going. And that's where the stubbornness of the man comes in, or the woman, or the human being comes in, versus the boss going, you know what? I'm liable for this shit if it gets real. And unfortunately, Walter makes a good point in the chat. Ratings are what they are. Okay, fine. But if Mox suffers a worse injury, if Sting at damn near senior citizen collecting, that check age, gets permanently injured or worse on the air, it's not going to be like Roddy Piper where you die in the ring and draw money like he always took all those years. Okay, it's going to be backlash of the non-WrestleMania kind. It's going to be bad for wherever it happens.
Bad for business.
Lawsuits, everything. And yeah, to piggyback off what you said, history have shown you can't leave it up to the wrestlers because they have egos and they will always say, yes, I can continue. Football players, every athlete knows this is the way you line your pockets. This is the way you earn your money. They're not going to fucking admit when they can't do what they love to do. So at some point, you got to take the shit out of their hands. Be a boss.
Which is why the concussion protocols have been in place much more prevalent than they ever were prior to the death of Chris Benoit, because Chris was allowed to just keep pushing through, and then we find out later, oh, he has CTE. No wonder. Much like these football players that have CTE when they get scanned post mortem. And to answer the chat room, I don't know. Like, I don't think I will ever know, and I don't think I want to know, because if I get diagnosed with CTE, then that's a game changer. And I don't think you can have CTE diagnosed until after the fact. So
you had a concussion, Jeff?
Oh, multiple concussions, love. Oh yes.
Oh wow. I've only had one concussion in my entire life, and it was the scariest thing ever.
Again, you don't know how to perceive it, and you also don't know how to handle it, and neither does your body. Again, the concussion throws your brain out of whack that you don't even know what you're going to do.
Yeah. For me, for my personal experience, I was laughing uncontrollably. I don't know why. I was laughing uncontrollably. I was talking about Skeeter from the cartoon, from Doug, if anybody's familiar with Doug.
Yep.
I was talking about
Nickelodeon guy.
I was talking about, I don't know why I was talking about Skeeter. I was just like, oh, he's blue. Why is he blue? But I was just laughing uncontrollably. I was out of it. And I don't know how long I was out of it for.
It is definitely different for everybody, but at the end of the day, it is, they use a term now, or at least they have in my lifetime of having the injury, the term traumatic brain injury. And I don't know how far the line goes across from being a concussion to being a traumatic brain injury. For my money, they're one and the same, because a concussion is an injury to the brain. That is what a concussion is at the end of the day. You break it down, you take out all the freaking Merriam-Webster definitions, you take out the WebMD. A concussion is an injury to the brain. And it doesn't matter if you have one of them, it doesn't matter if you have 45 of them. Every single one takes its toll, and it's cumulative. It's not like, oh, I had the one 20 years ago, I had the other one, after 20 years later. I'm totally fine. No. I had one at 18 years old that still affects me to this day and will forever affect me to the rest of my life.
Jesus.
The one I suffered in 2020 by deciding my brain wanted to play headbutt the overhead compartment. I lost that game, by the way. And then playing, it just is what it is. And I think Rick Knox is getting too much shit for this. And I know we're kind of going off a little where we were on the path, but I feel it's important that this gets discussed, JJ. So please, JJ, if you need to rein me back in, let me know. I'll go ahead and rein back in. But
no, you're fine. But before you go there, I just want to make sure and readdress the chat room that if you have questions about this stuff and you want your questions answered, super chat, simple as that. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yes, donate to dictate, kids.
I like that. Donate to dictate. Continue.
It's great Walterism. I'm totally gonna use that shit for a while. I lost train of thought because I was just trying to.
You're talking about how Rick Knox, right?
Knox is getting too much shit.
Oh yeah, Knox.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Rick has been around too long. He probably knew that there was something more going on, but at the end of the day, like you said, Walter, are you gonna tell Mox? No, because Mox is a crazy man. No, Sting's a legend. No, you're not going to. In the moment we've been conditioned, right or wrong, in wrestling, to get to the finish and handle shit afterward. The problem with that mindset, the mentality is, if you have a concussion, you don't finish the match. You get them the hell out of the ring, whatever it takes. JJ kind of, I don't know if it was done, just by not, by accident or what, but your back-to-back statements kind of came off at least contradictory a little bit. You said it cheapened the title by having Mox was only after 2 weeks, but then at the same time, he called the audible to take it off him because he knew it was probably going to be a concussion thing. So I'm more, and again, this is me being much more biased to it. As much of a championship and a belt mark as I am, I'm more, leaning toward, get him out of the ring, be done with it. And I'm not saying you're not, so let me be clear on that. I just think that concussions even now are so undiagnosed, so
unpredictable.
Thank you. There's so much still not known about what happens in the moment.
So we may never know.
And yes, we have come so far thanks to people like Chris Nowinski, who's had a whole other life beyond being the Harvard kid on Tough Enough because of him getting a concussion and starting the Concussion Legacy Foundation. What I forget the name of it is now, but and being heavily involved in not just wrestlers, but sports and athletes, and getting them the treatment they need, and getting that treatment and that process rolling. I hope that whatever the talk comes to with Mox and with Rick Knox and Ray Phoenix, people need to understand that, yes, at the end of the day, I don't agree with Russo's thing. Belts aren't just props, bro. Belts, championships help drive television wrestling stories. When Mox is ready to come back, we'll see him come back. We'll see him do his thing. We'll see him. Maybe we'll see Cassidy in Phoenix now that John may be out of the picture and Cassidy, wants his rightful shot back. Maybe it's more important to me as a fan than a human being to make sure that the human being is taken care of. And talking to John Moxley, he's probably had more concussions than he's even diagnosed himself. Ask Mick Foley about that. Mick Foley in his the Santa memoir, the 5th memoir, made it a point to say that as long as he can say the full word phrase CTE, I can't say it right now. I don't know how it's actually said, but as long as he can keep saying that out loud over and over again, he's not going to worry about himself as much because he can make those words happen. You lose the ability to speak that way, you get a little worried about yourself because Mick Foley is a published author.
Right.
So these are just, it's so important that wrestling has changed and is trying to change even further and trying to evolve into a better place when it comes to treating these damn things. And I just talk myself to death I am so sorry. My brain is just not firing all cylinders because of being sick. It's just not happening. So I'm sorry if I kind of waver there and kind of weeby wobble there for a while.
No, you're good. You're good. To piggyback off what she said there, I understand that it comes off as contradictory, but I also was very opposed to Mox defeating Orange Cassidy in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, as was I.
Mox didn't need the championship.
No.
You know, you could have very easily had Cassidy retain over Mox, and audible or not, have Cassidy drop the belt to Phoenix at Grand Slam. But having the belt go to Mox, and then again, I understand that it was an audible. I understand that shit happened. I understand that he got injured, but him losing the belt that quickly doesn't help things with the championship.
The presentation is a key. Identity also defines.
I think that if we were a few years back from where we are, it would be more detrimental to the championship. But I think, I would hope anyway, and again, I'm putting a lot of faith in the people outside of this room as far as wrestling fans. I would think that today's fan is more educated than, oh God, it cheapens the title after 2 weeks. Like, dude, they got to take a blow to the head. Like, you know, little slack, you know, little leeway here, if you will. Now,
I still say the most prestigious title is the TBS title.
I still say I'll take cheapening the title over him cheapening his life.
Had they booked Statlander any better than they did prior to Jade coming back, I agree with you, JJ. But because they haven't, I don't. It took her beating Jade again to go, oh, wait, that's right, she's here. Fucking Doug, Tony. She's been there. You had her beat Jade the first time. Like, where's she been for 2 months? Except for one match. Oh, yeah, she wasn't at Wembley? Okay, throw on All Out. They booked her like absolute dog shit from the minute she beat Jade. Until she beat Jade again.
Same shit when Thunder Rosa had the women's title.
I'm just going to throw this out there just to, you know, maybe a topic for another day. I know we talk about women's wrestling all the time. I don't think Tony Khan has the strongest grip on the identity of women in wrestling, nor does he have the right person in his corner or in his ear to try and progress this division in the way that we hope, that we know has so much potential, but lacks depth. And I'll save that for a conversation for another day, JJ, unless you get a super chat about it. But just something to consider, because I know we've talked about that verbatim quite a lot, especially you and I. But also we did talk about how you consider Orange Cassidy to be AEW World Championship caliber. But at the end of the day, where people might try and compare the AEW International Championship versus the AEW Television Championship, TNT, to the Workhorseman Championship, and we all know what the Workhorseman Championship is supposed to do. It's supposed to progress you, pun intended, to the next echelon. I do agree. I still think Orange Cassidy should have not lost it against Jon Moxley. I do think he should have overcame Jon Moxley and lost it maybe later. And I think Ray Phoenix would have been more poetic, since prior to Jon Moxley, what was Orange Cassidy's last defense, folks, in the Dynamite before the AWL pay-per-view? Against his brother, Penta, who he beats.
Long-term storytelling.
Thank you and good night. But the bottom line, the person, not the wrestler, the person, the human being. Jon Moxley's all right. That's all we need to be thankfully concerned about.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, LA Knight. Yeah. Get well soon. Damn it. Fucking COVID.
All right, we're going to take another quick commercial break, and then we're going to come back with the main event and talk about the released superstars.
Hopefully.
We will be back.
Melissa Marino here, and as a friend of Parker Kane Promotions, I am super excited to share the awesomeness that they've got in store for you this November at WrestleCade. You'll be seeing the world-traveling Capital Championship Wrestling Global Fighting Champ Rebecca J. Scott, a rising star who's been featured on Ladies Night Out, MCW, and more, the stunner Emily J., an internationally traveled talent who you've seen on NXT UK and Stardom, Angel of the Ring Zaya Brookside, and NWA World Women's Tag Team Champion Chicago's sweetheart Missa Kate will also be appearing live. It's all going down WrestleCade weekend in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. You can catch these stars brought to you by Parker Kane Promotions on Saturday, November 25th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And be sure to stick around for Ladies Night Out the following day on Sunday, November 26th. You can get your WrestleCade weekend tickets at WrestleCade.com.
That's awesome, by the way. Shout out to Club Venus, aka Stardom, and again, Mariah May. Congrats to her big win over Mina Shirakawa during the 5-star Grand Prix. Again, I look at all things wrestling because I'm crazy. And keyword professional wrestling. Damn it, but I digress.
Yeah.
Can I go ahead, Jay.
No, go ahead, Jeff.
Well, I think if you're reading the super chat, I was going to talk about something before you did that.
I was going to bring the super chat, so go ahead, Jeff.
Okay. Everybody in the chat room, not all of us are constantly watching every single part of our presentation. Noah and Walter and Datilla don't have producer credentials in here like JJ and I do. So not everybody is doing this on their StreamYard with the ability to see all the comments. So if we don't say hi to every single one of you when you come in and say hi to us, unless you have a ambulance to call, get the fuck over it. Thank you.
Yes.
Fair. Sorry to be a dick, but it happens every stream. Tired of it.
And now we know what grinds Jeff's gears.
Release your rage, Jeff, as we say on my channel.
If I release my rage, it'll end up being green all over everybody. It'll be nasty and sicky.
We've had enough rage tonight. Go ahead, JJ.
Richard with a $5 super chat to either Jeff's channel or Greg's channel. Says, am I crazy to drop $568 for an NWA replica world title? I am so tempted. Someone talk me out of it, please.
You were asking the wrong room about talking things belt purchases.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I've made crazy ass purchases in my life.
I stopped the belt craze when I got the NXT UK Championship. All right. Priorities for passion is all I got to say. As a homeowner, going to celebrate 2 years in November. Far better things I could do with that $568. I'm just saying. If you have the money to spend, I'm not even going to say waste. If you have the money to spend, then go with your passion. If you know, whether you want to admit it or not or acknowledge it, that there is a bigger priority right now in front of you or coming up that you might need this money for, then save your money and be wise with your spending.
Noah just took the words out of my mouth. I was just going to say, if you have the excess income where you can spend it and it's not going to financially cripple you, and you love the 10 pounds of gold like Jeff and I do, go for it, my man. But if buying that is going to mean that you're going to fall behind on bills, that you're going to have to take some extra shifts to make your rent payment or your car payment, it's not worth it. Especially since there are places on eBay that are international sellers, and we'll leave it at that, that sell replica belts for a fraction of that cost, that may not be as heavy, may not be as authentic, but if you held it up in front of a camera and didn't tell anybody, nobody would know the difference.
Yeah, exactly.
Only you know.
I will say.
Okay, so he said, not to cut you off, he says he has no kids, no spouse, TikTok is paying beautifully off of what he's getting from them. So if you are getting paid from TikTok that well to where $568 again is not going to financially cripple you, go for it, man. Especially if you have access to former NWA champions where you could potentially get it autographed.
Which he does. So,
because one of my biggest regrets to this day is selling my original 10 pounds of gold that had Dusty Rhodes' signature on it, Harley Race's signature on it, AJ Styles' signature on it, R-Truth signature, Christian Cade's signature, Steve Corino's signature.
Damn, JJ, what we, man.
Yeah.
Just
and a good chunk of those, it's like
hot
thank you, Marquez.
I understand hard times. Hard times are when you choose to sell your PlayStation 4 to help your mother come up with the other part of your rent.
Mm-hmm.
Hard times are when you choose to sell your brother your flat screen TV to make sure you got running water. Hard times are when you make sure you decide not to go for the next video game or don't go with your friends to the amusement park. Just make sure you got enough for transportation to do a job you don't like. Hard times are when you choose to clean buses just to make a little bit of income during the summer, even though your family knows that you absolutely hate your job, but you're willing to endure because you're willing to walk that path to success no matter how hard it is. I know hard times, and I still live them to this day. Don't look at me any other way.
Yeah, and I heard you mention Marquez, Jeff. Yeah, Pierce and Cabana on that belt too, by the way. So I had NWA champions signed on it from multiple different eras. But desperate times, desperate measures, needed money for rent, so I sold it.
Yep.
Yeah,
I now have
for the same reason.
I now have one of those not quite authentic, substantially less than $568. But if you were to hold it up, no one would know the difference. Championship belts, both World and X Division for the NWA. And fraction of the cost. Hell, I got the NWA belt for free because Jeff ended up with a second one, 2 for the price of 1.
Yes, thank you very much for the people who sold it to me.
When you find a deal, why not take it, you know?
Wasn't so much a deal as the fact that, you know, the one that JJ got was so damn late. I thought I was freaking getting scammed, and I reported it to eBay, and the guy ended up just sending it anyway, and it was just late, and the guy took the loss. I'm like, okay, JJ, here you go. I will say this, Richard, if you're paying that much for it, go. If you want the 10 pounds of gold, go through Fondue belts. They're the way to go. And they're not paying me to say that. I just know.
Yeah.
If you're gonna pay that much for a replica NWA or a big gold, Fondue's your way to go. FANDU.
That's where I got my big gold with my name on it. Fondue belts. That's where I literally got it from.
If money ever becomes a possibility again to get replica belts, like updated ones or better ones than the ones I've got get beat up over the years, I'll probably get the majority of them through Fondue because they are awesome. So,
if I was to get another belt, there's only one belt I would love to get just because of how much I respect professional wrestling. The IWGP Version 4 Heavyweight Championship. Now retired.
Yes.
R.I.P.
I only got the 10 pounds of gold and the one I gave you when I did because it was financially feasible at the time. But it's the only one I actually sold off. And I regretted it and I hated it that I didn't. I didn't have any signatures on mine. I just hold that title in such high regard that I was mad that I had sold it. So when I was able to get my hands on it, I did it. I didn't. The Fondue belts didn't exist at that point because they hadn't partnered with the NWA yet. So I would say if you've got the kind of money to drop for that, go get it from Fondue. And I would say do it and make sure you send us pictures, Richard, because we'll definitely display it for you.
Yeah.
Replica belts are the one thing I don't have. I have a lot of stuff. I even have Power Ranger helmets. Got 2 coming in early 2024. but I don't have a replica belt. That's the one thing I need.
never bought belts either. I never bought the belts either.
No.
See, we're totally getting off topic, but it's all good.
I mean, the super chat though kind of started this.
Yeah, I mean, for me, replica belts have always been one of those, like, with the exception of the undisputed title, which was my first title and it was a Christmas present. It's always been one of those, if it's a championship that I love, that I'm passionate about, then I'm willing to buy it.
It's fair.
10 pounds of gold I got because of watching NWA TNA in the early era. You know, being able to see guys like AJ Styles and getting it signed. You know, I will still forever tell the story of meeting Dusty Rhodes, baby, at AVD's 5-Star Comics, if you will, and putting the belt down in front of him for him to sign and him going, whose signature is that right there? Like, that's AJ Styles, sir. Well, that's a good one to have. You know, I had the WWF Light Heavyweight Championship. Anybody who's ever looked at me, I am a fat ass. There is nothing light heavyweight about me. But I loved that championship back in the day. Signed by X-Pac, signed by Christian, signed by Jeff Hardy.
So what you needed was Michinoku.
I still have the original black and gold NXT Championship with Undisputed Era plates. It's up there on my side shelf behind me because, again, it was my NXT. But speaking of NXT, speaking of TNA, which is now Impact Wrestling, speaking of the NWA, you might as well include JPW and AEW in the conversation when it comes to particular individuals and their future in the industry, JJ, because what you thought was going to be just, let's talk everything here on Open Mic Night in general. Boy, did you get an added topic for conversation here. So here we stand, man. Go ahead and bring us in to what is now the main event.
Jeff, I think Noah needs a promotion for these segues he's given me. Jesus Christ.
All right, I will double his salary of 0, and we'll go for that. That works. Okay, that works. I got you. I got you, Noah. I got you, brother.
So
2 times 0, baby.
So the other day, Thursday, if you will, WWE just dropped the bombshell and released a bunch of talents.
Yeah.
Like, okay, this was my Thursday. I woke up. I'm waiting to take the kids to school. I'm seeing the news about Elimination Chamber in Australia. I'm seeing the news about USA getting Smackdown. It's a good news day.
Yeah.
I drive to work, to school. I drop the kids off. I'm sitting there. I'm talking to my daughter's mom for a few minutes. And the group chat for the no DQs starts to blow the fuck up.
As I expected.
I'm talking Hiroshima up in this bitch. It is blowing the fuck up.
Yeah.
Got the bomb.
So I quickly take a look at it because I'm trying not to be rude to my conversation, and I'm starting to see names, people getting released. And I'm like, oh boy.
Here we go again. Yeah. House cleaning time.
Drive home. You know, I make my quick food grab, stop by Taco Bell, get my breakfast burritos, go to Circle K so I can get my free soda and my 2 hash browns for $1 to eat with the breakfast burritos.
Hey.
I park, I open the chat up, and I'm scrolling through all the names again. I go to the phone icon. I press the button for Hef, not Jeff, Hef. It's an inside joke between me and him. So I press the button for Senior Hef.
Senior Hef on his feet.
Are you seeing this in the group chat?
I'm
not in the group chat. I'm not in that for a reason.
I just woke up.
People are getting released left and right. We need to go on the air.
God damn it.
Okay, let me get dressed. Goddamn motherfucker.
I'm a bitch. I just wanted to
So we
say.
literally go on the air at 9 a.m. Pacific time, so noon Eastern time.
Bullshit.
Roughly about 30 minutes after he gets the phone call.
Right.
For 2 hours and 15 minutes talking about the first round of cuts.
Golly.
Good Lord, you're on that long?
Yeah.
Walter
I
was
popped out of
there.
the gym. Yeah.
Walter was there. G was there, and
Josh
Mansfield
popped
was
in, I think,
there.
at one point. Yeah, seriously.
Good grief.
So it was almost like an open mic night impromptu.
On a Thursday morning.
And then the news comes out that NXT talents are going to begin getting cut at 2 o'clock Pacific, 5 Eastern. Which to the internet journalist that reported that rumor with the 3 names that first initial of the first and last name are both an S, you lied. The releases came at 1:30. Inaccurate piece of shit, but I digress.
Damn.
But so then we start getting all of that news, and we end up going live at 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 Eastern, prior to the Impact 1000 watch along, so that we can touch on these names too.
I remember you talked about that when I went into my social for the first time. I was like, oh shit.
Because at the end of the day, we didn't want to take away from Impact 1000 with the chat room blowing up about this.
Right.
Oh, so-and-so got released. So-and-so got released. Yeah, no fucking shit. We've been on the air for 3 hours over the course of the day talking about it. Come, keep up with us.
Well, you already know my
So, and what's crazy is that wasn't even the end of it. A few names got released after that. So I am going to now read off the list of everybody that has been released since Thursday morning. And the rumor going around is it ain't over yet.
Oh, jeez.
So here is
And not copyright.
So here is the full list of everybody who, as of now, has been released.
Please save all reactions until JJ is done reading the list in its entirety.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree.
Take a breath first, JJ, because it's going to be a long list.
Oh, I know it is.
Go for it, brother.
Mustafa Ali, Emma, Rick Boogs, Aaliyah, Elias. I wonder if Ezekiel got cut too. Top Dollar.
I said that.
Top Dollar, Riddick Moss, Shelton Benjamin, Dolph Ziggler, Quincy Elliott, Bryson Montana, Dana Brooke, Massey and Mansoor, Dabba-Kato, Shanky, Elisa Leon, Daniel MacArthur, Kevin Ventura Cortez, Alexis Gray, Brooklyn Barlow, Eichmann Giro, Matt Riddle, and Melanie Brzezinski.
For those that are keeping count, that's 24 releases.
Now, Daniel MacArthur, Kevin Ventura Cortez, Alexis Gray, Brooklyn Barlow, and Melanie Brzezinski were all people who were just in the Performance Center and had not made an official debut yet. I think Brooklyn Barlow only had one match to her credit, which was that Battle Royal to see who was going to be Tiffany Stratton's first challenger. Damn. None of the other 4 had even had a match yet. So they, not to sound mean or dismissive, not a huge deal.
Right.
When you figure they were just Performance Center talent and only one had even been on a match. I feel like the biggest surprises out of all this, obviously, were Mustafa Ali. He's supposed to have a match against Dominic Mysterio for the North American Championship in a week for NXT No Mercy. Clearly, that's not happening.
No.
And if more cuts are to come, why couldn't they have let him have the match and then released him the day after? That's just to speculate. Shelton Benjamin, obviously. Dolph Ziggler. and Matt Riddle are probably the biggest surprises.
Agree.
Some people would say Emma's a huge surprise coming on the heels of the Australia news because it was the same day. She even had put out a tweet, yay, I get to come home. And then a couple hours later, no, I don't. I was released.
Damn.
You got to give her credit for taking it in stride.
So, but yeah, I feel like those are the biggest surprises. Matt Riddle, in hindsight, doesn't really surprise me. The only thing that really makes it surprising to me is the fact that Randy Orton was spotted at the PC on Monday. So could he possibly be starting his road back to the ring where he's good enough that he was able to go to the PC, start working out, start getting some ring rest off so that he could potentially make a return here, show up at Fastlane maybe, or Survivor Series, be a mystery partner for a team? So with Orton, theoretically speaking, on his way back, that's the only reason why Riddle kind of is a bit of a surprise. But 2 wellness violations, sexual assault charge, and then the incident that occurred recently with him at the airport. Plus, to Walter's point, as he's pointed out in the chat a few times, Dana White just don't fucking like him.
Yeah, we've kind of known that since he's been a part of WWE, to be fair.
So,
plus the Goldberg issues, talking about other superstars.
So there's all of that right there. It kind of makes sense as to why Riddle would be gone.
Mm-hmm.
Shelton Benjamin, what's going on with Bobby Lashley, the Street Profits? Could he have fit into that? It looked like they were starting to put the Hurt Business back together. Then they slammed the brakes on.
Damn it.
And is Cedric Alexander next? Dolph has been just kind of floundering there for a while. Dolph has just kind of been kicking it and catering, coming on TV for the rare match. The last time he did anything of any real substance was last year going into Mania with Braun Breaker.
Mm-hmm.
He's got the comedy thing going for him that he doesn't really need this anymore. Seems to not really have the passion for it anymore. Damn near 20-year run with the company, has nothing left to prove. 2-time world champ, IC champ, US champ, tag champ, Money in the Bank. What does he need to do at this point?
Some would say win a Royal Rumble, but even he doesn't need to do that anymore. And he's been one of the most congruent participants in Royal Rumble history.
Yeah. So, out of the names that I listed off, aside from those, are there any other people that you guys are surprised to hear on that list?
Going once? Going twice?
The same people you're surprised by. Nothing else really shocked me.
It was. I talked about it on Talk Wrestling the other night because I didn't think I was going to be here. To be honest with you, I was supposed to be at work, and my stomach decided no. I hope these guys and gals now, since there's more releases. The one that surprised me, I guess, was Dana, only because even being in NXT, it seemed like they were doing something with her.
What the heck?
Sorry, my window's open.
That's what I think.
No, you're fine.
You're fine. Continue, Jeff.
They were at least doing something, even if it was quote unquote in developmental, in NXT or whatever. There was a possibility that they could have gone further with her. I still say that she's got potential to be something in a women's division. And if you take her and put her back with who should probably be Tennille Dashwood again, Emma, like they were in Noah's NXT.
Damn it!
Prior to their battles with Asuka, take the two of them and put them in Impact Wrestling, please.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I actually want that. And
yeah, but other than that, besides the ones you mentioned, no. But like Dana, I think people are more surprised that I'm surprised by Dana than the fact that people are surprised by Dana. Just because, she should have been cut. It's like, no, man, neither one of them should have been cut. But, Emma coming back was a surprise to me, if I'm being honest.
Agreed.
So, the fact that she's gone again. And, you've got Aaliyah, who will forever be in the record books as the shortest match in WWE history, and she came out as a winner. And now that she's been cut loose to it, she's got a great look to her. So, the women releases surprised me more than anything else, I guess. I talked a lot about Dolph on Thursday, and I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole again because I just got way long-winded. But, yeah, the women surprised me more than anything.
Speaking of women, Dattila, I know, was having her hand up during most of your breakdown there, JJ. So,
thank you. Well, I guess some of the names that I was surprised was especially Mustafa Ali, because, like you said, he was in a program. And I'm surprised they only got rid of Top Dollar and not the rest of Hit Row.
I thought all of Hit Row got released.
No, it was just Top Dollar.
Just Top Dollar. He even tweeted that they're going to go downhill or something. He was talking kind of some shit about them.
The group has been downhill since they came back because they didn't have their mouthpiece. Isaiah Swerve Scott, who is now known as Swerve Strickland.
Yep.
So, and I personally, when it comes to Emma, I would love for her to go back to Impact, but it wouldn't surprise me if she goes to AEW, considering her former tag team partners over there.
Madison Rain as a coach and part
Madison
of the
Rain. The influence, just find Caleb. I don't know where Caleb with the K went, but get them back together.
He's been involved in Ring of Honor a couple of times, but also, JJ, in case you also didn't know, Madison Rain and Emma are former Impact Knockout Tag Team Champions.
I did not know that.
Yeah, they were as the influence.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think that Dana, Emma, and Aaliyah should all go to Impact. You guys are always boasting about the Knockouts division, and I think that's where they'd get treated the best. You go to AEW, they may get a pop, they may get a 3-month push, and then they'll be waiting for Dark and Elevation to come back and not getting any TV time.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. One, those aren't coming back thanks to the Warner Bros. Discovery era and the fact Tony Khan, conversation for another day, might be giving us 12 previews a year starting 2024. Lord help our wallets. Two, they more often present the women in and out of AEW in Ring of Honor. That's why you get 2, 3, 4 matches sometimes, women-wise, in Ring of Honor. Anyway, continue.
I wonder if she would bring back All About Me, where you ask questions.
The locker room talk show. It's funny you mentioned that.
All About Me.
Yeah, that's one thing AEW doesn't do. They never do the talk show things. They did that more
anymore
with Britt Baker in the doctor's office. JJ talking about character development and showcasing when Britt was always one-dimensional. That was the most character she showed as a talk show host. With Rebel, of course, being her hype person without the applause sign. I miss Rebel, by the way. But again, going off topic. But yeah. And anyway, continue to tell us. Sorry about that.
No, I was just saying, like, I could see her going either to AEW or Impact. I would love it for them to do Emma and Dana in Impact because we need more of it. We need more tag teams for the Knockouts tag team division.
As long as Killer Kelly keeps dropping women on their heads, I'm happy with what I'm seeing.
But you know who? Noah, I don't know if you'll agree with me on this. You know who I would love to see in Impact? Elias and Rick Booz, and they should form a faction with Joe Henry.
God damn it!
What? They don't have musical talents.
Joya 2.0.
Oh God! The freaking guitar part of Joe Hendry's freaking entrance, and Rick Booz is the hype man. Elias actually showing more energy than he's ever had his entire life. Oh my gosh, goes from a drifter to a freaking what's the name of a person that supports a musician that's like a
roadie?
Manager?
Rody, groupie. Yeah, that.
Rody.
Thank you. Oh, God.
Yes, Ken. She was a top star. Tina Dashwood was a top star. She was a knockout tag team champion. And I would like for Mustafa Ali to go to Impact. I don't know what kind of contract Mustafa Ali had. I don't know if he had the 90-day or the 30 days, but Impact's Bound for Glory is in his hometown of Chicago.
That's true. And he's a former cop there.
Yeah, so give me Speedball Mike Bailey versus Mustafa Ali. Give me Josh Alexander versus Mustafa Ali. Give me Josh Alexander versus Shelton Benjamin.
Yes! God, that guy's criminally underrated and underbooked. Sorry.
Yeah, I definitely, and I see your hand up, Walter. I'll come to you in a second. I definitely see Mustafa Ali possibly go into Impact as well because of the X Division. I think he could do some great things over there. You know, Mustafa Ali versus Trey Miguel.
Yeah.
Like you said, Chris, Speedball Mike Bailey, Sabins, Shelley, Kazarian. You know, get him some matches with some of those originals over there.
Allen Angels.
Yep. Be some great programs there. Shelton's a big question mark for me because while I do think Impact would suit him pretty well, having been a Ring of Honor Tag Team Champion, I could potentially see him going to AEW so that he could get back in the ROH picture. Maybe have him dethrone Joe for the TV title. Shelton Benjamin versus Samoa Joe would be a banner.
That's true wrestling right there. Let's not forget, this is the guy that literally was endorsed by Kurt Angle, one half of the greatest tag team, if we all remember that.
And then you think about the feud that Joe and Angle had in Impact.
Mm-hmm.
And then you also factor in the fact that Ring of Honor's got that pure championship. Shelton Benjamin is the pure champion.
Shelton Benjamin versus Katsuyori Shibata, just take my damn money.
Oh, God, yeah.
Go ahead, Walter. You were patiently waiting.
I was just going to say, frankly, to be honest, besides the ones that we talked about that we were surprised, I'm more shocked by who's not on the list than I am of who is on the list. Because, like, how does Jinder Mahal still have a job? How does Veer still on there? I thought he would have came and went by now.
Almost.
Yeah. You got all these people that, almost, but I kind of understand he's a giant. He's some kind of attraction. So there's a part of me that understands, but at the same time, what the hell? Everybody's got their but like Tozawa, all these people are just still sitting there and you're doing nothing with them. Although Tozawa was just in that NXT tournament. So I understand.
As if that really matters.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was going to say, Tozawa's in that tournament. That's great. Freaking Mustafa Ali was supposed to get a title shot.
Exactly. You got the rest of Hit Row, as we all been saying. You got all these people that's like, how are they not? And I'm shocked that Dolph Ziggler and Shelton got outright released as talents and not offered backstage positions as producers or bookers or something that to help with the industry. Like somebody who's been in the business for that long, you want to pick their brains. You use them for influence on the younger talents. You put them down to NXT to help your development become better in the future. You don't just outright release people like Dolph and Shelton who like together have like 40, 50 years of wrestling experience together. You don't release those kind of people. You put them in producer or backstage roles like that, and then maybe it's a little cut less in pay, and you save some off the books that way. But we all said it on the stream before. You got to pay The Rock for his comeback. You got to pay Cena, Jade Cargill, all these people. They're making money off. They got to clear the books to spend some money on other people. Plus the TKO.
They sure as hell ain't doing this stuff for free.
Exactly. Especially The Rock.
I just think it's kind of I guess you could say a slap in the face, considering that didn't they get a $1.4 billion deal for SmackDown, and yet they would cut all these people?
They did.
So it's not like they're bleeding money.
Well, not in that way.
But you also have to factor in how much it takes to produce a show. $1.4 billion is for 5 years. You've got to factor in travel. You've got to factor in talent payroll. You've got to factor in venue rental. You've got to factor in paying all the staff that drives the trucks and sets the rings up and everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then on top of all of that, you've got Cena back till Survivor Series. Got to find money to pay him somewhere. You're trying to tempt The Rock to come back and do business for WrestleMania 40. Got to find money to pay him somewhere.
Jesus.
You know, you've got Jade Cargill who's getting signed. You know she's going to demand a good chunk of change. And she's worth it.
You got women that you want to keep quiet, so you need some money to hush them. But I digress.
Right. You know, you've got, you know, a lot of people's contracts coming up in 2024. You've got the bidding war of 2024. You want to have some money freed up so you can try to make Max an offer. Whether he comes or not, you still want to have a decent chunk of change so that you can make a decent offer to him. You know, are we going to get Punk back at Chicago at Survivor Series? You got to pay Punk something, even if you only sign him to a 1 year, like, you know, probationary contract. And if you can go through the year without getting into a bunch of shit like you did in AEW, we'll sign you for a 2-year extension or a 4-year extension. But you know, if they sign Punk back, he's probably going to be only on a short-term probationary contract just in case shit goes down with him.
Keyword him, with him. Let's just put this out here. Him is at the epicenter, if you will. Continue.
WWE don't play that, though. He wouldn't get away with what he got away with.
Yeah. That's fair also.
That's very fair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of X factors coming up here, you know. Deonna Purrazzo's contract, she becomes a free agent come January 1st. Could she end up being signed so that she can debut in the Women's Rumble next year? Can't get her for free. Have to pay her.
I wouldn't trust WWE with Deonna.
I agree.
Gotta pay Jade Cargill.
Well, I can understand. I can understand why you wouldn't trust WWE because their women's division has definitely been subpar as of recent years. I will totally grant you that. But just imagine if Kairi Sane, who has already been signed, Jade Cargill, and Deonna Purrazzo all debut in the Women's Rumble next year.
I like the idea, but here's the other thing I'm gonna put out there. Why WWE's great at video packaging, they're not great on letting you know exactly who these people are to a degree unless they're familiar with them from NXT. And Deonna Purrazzo was in NXT for literally a cup of coffee.
Bro, I love you, and I can understand where you're coming from. They are so much better than Tony fucking Khan is.
I agree about that too.
Think about this. WWE didn't even need a fucking video package for the 2016 Rumble. They just needed the buzzer to go up for number 3 and the word phenomenal to come across the Tron. And that place went fucking ape shit.
I mean, it helped that they were in Orlando, which was the home of TNA, so.
They did screw up the camera angle, though.
Yes,
they did.
But still, that place went nuts.
Yeah. That's because everyone knows who AJ Styles is. AJ Styles is one of the most globally recognized names in the industry. Deonna Purrazzo, she's one of the most recognized names in Impact Wrestling. So again, outreach and hindsight are also 2020. And also, because this is the age of the connective industry, everybody was clamoring, what if AJ's with blank, 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 blank?
My main concern with Deonna going to WWE is that they wouldn't use her properly. You know, she's a submission specialist. She's a virtuosa for a reason. She's main evented. How many pay-per-views, Noah?
But tell me that you wouldn't throw money to Tilla for Purrazzo versus Flair.
I would.
But I don't.
That's skepticism.
Especially if I could watch Deonna Purrazzo fucking cripple Charlotte in the middle of the ring.
I'm just worried that
let's not
water
trigger
Deonna
the man on
down.
the marquee. Let's not trigger the man on the marquee. Let's.
No, because I want him to get involved in this conversation. He's being way too quiet for a man who chaperone women's wrestling.
Damn it.
Some of it is up to the talent too. You got to force them to book you right, or you got to show them you're worth it, and then make them take notice.
You got
the thing. There's way too many wrestlers that have become complacent and are perfectly fine sitting in catering and just waiting to be trotted out for superstars to job out.
Yeah, it's true as well. I mean, again, as long as you're getting that WWE money, I can understand why some people would be content to be fair. Because at the end of the day, WWE is the biggest cash payment you could get your entire career in wrestling, no matter what role you are. But at the end of the day, like Jeff Cobb says, you want money or you want to be happy in where you think you may not be happy. There's a reason why Jeff Cobb, for example, has not gone to WWE. And he's literally said that in interviews. This is why I bring that up.
Yeah, not that I mean, I wouldn't mind Diana. Like, if she leaves Impact, that's her decision, and I'll support her either way.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
It's just I just don't trust WWE to let Diana be Diana. That's the thing. I feel like they would water her down a lot.
See, and I don't know, because I understand your skepticism because I've seen them do it before.
Big time.
But there's also been people that made their name in other companies and they allowed to come in and just be that person. And I have a feeling that Deanna, and even to a lesser extent Jade, are going to be examples of that.
Jade, definitely.
And if they're going to let Jade be Jade, there's no reason they shouldn't let Deanna be Deanna. Because if you're not going to let Deanna be Deanna, why the fuck did you sign her in the first goddamn place?
To prove that we can literally sign everybody and once again try and market somebody else in our own identity, because that's what WWE does.
But Deanna and Jade both need to go straight to the main roster.
That I do agree with.
Deanna, you're already in the company with the best women's division. You might as well just stay and finish your career there. I wouldn't.
I mean, Gail,
you don't have to.
But there's money. There's money to be made of her in WWE. Again,
opportunity.
Purrazzo versus Flair, Deanna versus Becky, Deanna versus Shayna, Deanna versus Natalia, Deanna versus Bailey.
Yeah. Well,
Deanna versus Asuka.
Let him keep going. I'm listening.
Like there is a ton of money to be made in these people, and as great as the Knockouts division is, it will never, unfortunately, get the level of eyes on her that WWE would.
Fair.
Even if she's only there for a 1 or a 2 year run, every wrestler that laces up their boots dreams of performing at WrestleMania.
Every wrestler who becomes a wrestler dreams of WWE, period.
Yeah. And why I do agree with you, JJ, that those would be awesome matches. Like I said, I'm just skeptical and I have my reservations, If she chooses to go there, she chooses, and I'll support her decision no matter what she decides to do. It's just, I'm just skeptical. I don't know if I could trust RJ to let her be Deanna and let her do what she does, like the Queen's Gambit, the Venus and Milo, So
when is her contract up?
I think at the end of this year.
Beginning of 2024. But again, we're talking about 2024. I'll keep saying it till the cows come home. I think that the entire wrestling industry outside WWE particularly is going to be reshaped based on negotiations and where the industry stands as a whole in 2024. WWE is always going to be WWE at the end of the day. They have the biggest revenue freaking butt cushion underneath them now, merged as the TKO thing with the UFC. The sky's the limit for them, and they can own the sky if they want to. When's the private they're trying to do something orbital like a freaking satellite with their branding on it? But that being said, let's go ahead and freaking talk about this list again. Mustafa Ali, he tried this whole political campaign. It felt like, why I should be candidate A to be your NXT North American Championship. Vote Ali. So it's like, I could maybe see them not getting behind that, or maybe they wanted to see how it would fit, and maybe it didn't fit in their system. But Mustafa Ali's always been kind of one of those lost in the shuffle. I think him showing up in Impact, though, would be pretty cool, as that's what I alluded to. It is his hometown. They will literally be in Chicago, and Bound for Glory is supposed to be their biggest pay-per-view of the year. You want a big moment. I say Ali calls his shot and see if he shows up maybe in that gauntlet. Emma, again, no stranger to Impact Wrestling, okay? But Madison Rayne is our former Impact Knockouts Tag Champion partner. Would not surprise me one bit if she goes to a company she's never messed around with, Ring of Honor. Because primarily I could see her more involved in Ring of Honor because that's where they're more showcasing the women. However, I know Saraya has also talked to Emma in the past, and those two go back to the genesis of the Black and Gold NXT, if you know what I mean. So again, now Rick Boogs, he is an anomaly.
Let me cut you real quick right there. Since you mentioned Emma, we did get a super chat from Emmanuel about Emma.
Oh, thank you.
$2 saying Emma got no reaction. What do you mean surprise?
All right, I'm gonna just hold out right there. Let me simply talk to you folks that are fans.
Let him talk to you.
You have every right to your opinion on the character, whether they garnered your interest or not. At the end of the day, character 947.5 field creation or prototype 975A still is a fucking human being trying to make a living. Show some damn respect. Now, back to this freaking list. I know, Emmanuel, your comment didn't come off like that, so I'm not attacking you. Don't think like that. But I know some people have short-sightedness with larger blinders than a freaking horse on a freaking carriage ride through Central Park.
Can I say something real quick about Emma before you go on, Noah?
Yeah, go ahead.
She and Roderick Moss could be the new Matt Cardona and Chelsea Green of the Indies.
Oh, that's right. They are. You're right. They are married. You're absolutely correct there. So they could be brought in as a package as well. And I'm sure that they want to probably work together. Then again, Matt Cardona is still the deathmatch king with Steph Delano in the independent scene coming out of Japan, but that's a whole different conversation. Rick Boogs is a guy, though, that I don't know what the hell you do it. Because at first, this is the guy that came in freaking head banging to some rock and roll theme of my NXT with the craziest shriek I ever heard in my life. That still hurts my ears to this day. But he's a character. He's got that energy, and he could definitely be a personality. Honestly, I could see him being a one-on-one program with John Silver. I think that would be a very interesting dynamic. So I'm not sure what you do with him at this point. Aaliyah kind of surprised me because she looks like she would fit the mold for what WWE would want in a superstar. But I think more so she is injury prone. I think the fact she's had more injuries, somebody probably thought she's more of a cost than a profit. And they probably let her go because of that. But I think Aaliyah definitely could have potential wherever she could go. Now, Elias really surprised me how far they dropped the ball with him with the whole drifter gimmick, how far Walk with Elias got over. JJ, you know that. Come on now.
Mm-hmm.
And of course,
I walked with Elias.
I walked with Elias. And of course,
I walked with Ezekiel.
Whatever happened to that guy?
Elias admitted he was Ezekiel. I was waiting for Kevin Owens to react to that, say that he was right.
I'm waiting for Kevin Owens to react to that and say that he was right. Just maybe how he was right about Jey Uso. Maybe he could fit that into a promo. WWE, don't hire me because I actually care about my mentality.
I just want to say about Rick Boogs, Noah, before you move on from his downfall was when they broke up the Nakamura tag team. Otherwise, he would have still been big on TV. When they moved him over to Raw, that's when they screwed it up.
Ever since that injury, look, Don Castle is the Freddie Mercury of the wrestling industry. I'm just putting it out there, all right? He comes out to Queen. Okay, so Ring of Honor is covered there. But literally, ever since that injury at WrestleMania 38, when I thought they were going to become the tag champions, I think pretty much they hold to his momentum from there. Riddick Moss, again, he tried some fitness gimmick for a sprint in NXT, and then he got married to Emma, and he became Madcap. He had some humor in him, and then it fell short after beating, ironically enough, Happy Corbin, who now burns the sails and ships down in NXT and has a rejuvenation. I didn't think that was possible.
I gotta admit, I enjoyed Madcap Moss. As stupid as the gimmick was, he was entertaining as shit to me.
Me too.
And it worked. Top dollar, whatever. Go to NWA. Be a new Tyrus. Shelton Benjamin, I mean, literally, Shelton Benjamin is such a fucking underrated all-around athlete. Could be the golden standard of the wrestling industry. I would love for him to just go on an escapade. Show the world what he is. Ain't no stopping him like his fame, if he still owns that. And just tear it apart across the independent scene. I don't necessarily see him like getting signed to another contract, but he's got still so much more to offer for this industry, in my opinion. Ezekiel was never released. Ezekiel doesn't exist. Anyway, This is not Maury Povich trying to figure out a damn family tree. Is that show even on anymore? Anyway.
No, it ended.
Oh, okay. So there you go. I don't watch TV.
He retired.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, whoop! I got the founder up on screen. I must have said something out of context. Anyway, yeah, I said what I said. Anyway, again, Shelton Benjamin, I would love to see what this guy could do, booked correctly. And I think you put it perfectly, JJ. I think he would be a hell of a challenger towards the Ring of Honor Pure Championship and redefining it. If anyone could beat Katsuyori Shibata, it very well could be him. I'm just going to put that out there. As far as Dolph Ziggler goes, though, I think you're right. I think it just came down to status quo. I mean, did Dolph Ziggler had a lot to say regarding this? I don't think so. Like you say, he's a main man. He's done everything possible in WWE besides win a World Rumble and main event of WrestleMania. Damn it. And literally, at this point, he has the whole comedy thing. He and Ryan Nemeth can do their own thing outside of wrestling. Does Dolph Ziggler have anything really that he needs to give to the industry versus what we think he can still give? Because again, he is the show off for a reason. But look what they're doing with Giant TV. Do you want Dolph Ziggler to end up on QTV? I'm just saying.
Actually, I think him and Johnny Nitro, Johnny TV would be great as a tandem.
It'd be entertaining. I'll give you that.
I'm just throwing it out there, dude.
They would be, but I'm not the biggest QTV fan.
I hardly care.
I'm not either, but I just think they would be great together.
I agree that that'd be a great dynamic. I absolutely agree. You kidding me? But yeah, it's one of those things where I look at this list. Several of these talents I could see negotiating just appearances per se in Ring of Honor, or give that first impression outside WWE. Show what's different about you, what you offer the wrestling industry in AEW, because we see how many contracts have come out of that. But a lot of these I could see actually showing up, particularly at Impact, Bound for Glory, Call Your Shot Gauntlet screams for surprise entrances. And yes, we all preach the greatness and the depth of Knockouts division. Not everybody can be signed to Knockouts division, folks. Let's all calm down for a moment. Even people that have been there previously, let's calm down for a little bit here, okay? They already got 13 women, and they're showcasing them promptly. But even then, you got to know your limits when it comes to the limited viewership capacity and budget. Let's just put it out there, of Impact Wrestling. I mean, NJPW is trying to kick off an NJPW America brand with their own women's division. I mean, they got Trisha Dora and several others. They got that incredible athlete that we saw from Mexico at Resurgence JJ, now working in sometimes with New Japan of America, Stephanie Bakir. So, I mean, again, but I do think the beauty of this, why one chapter closes, there is infinite possibilities to new openings to their career or to their lives. I mean, again, Dolph Ziggler, he might literally want to just settle down and finally step away from the ring, because at the end of the day, taking a bump is a lot easier said than done. This man can speak firsthand on that. But I will say this, several of these talents have potential to be in Ring of Honor, AEW, or Impact, but unless they feel they need to, let them find something else that gives them enough income to support what they want to do. And that's really all that matters at the end of the day. Now, to just go to sell Subchan to 2024 outside this list, Deanna Purrazzo, long may she reign. It's not about the Knockouts division for me. It's just about her being happy. I know Britt has not dropped her name countless times, and Britt right now is stuck in limbo. I'm not sure Britt even knows what to do with herself right now. Britt versus Deanna Purrazzo sounds extremely enticing to me. I've been
wanting that match.
Yeah, you and me both. Only time will tell. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the future industry offers, but seriously, WWE, get your shit together and respect more of your actual locker room besides catering. And to Walter's point, I'm not with the company, but some of the names on this list that aren't here do surprise me that they haven't done jack shit with. They cut Tina Knox from a damn freaking segment, for Pete's sake, and she is highly underrated. I forget sometimes that Xia Li is part of this freaking company, if you know what I mean. And again, with NXT supposed to be the breeding ground, not the third brand, JJ, the building ground for this nil, the developmental. I don't think WWE knows what to do anymore with their direction when it comes to talent development sometimes. They're just trying to spin out that freaking free letters as much as possible. At this point, Mercy might as well be NXT Survivor Series.
I thought they were done releasing people. I thought they were going to go the AEW round, just let these contracts expire.
Apparently not.
TKO said hell no to that. But in terms, I know it's fun to speculate, and we're all saying AEW this and AEW that, but I really think Khan needs to chill out with the signing of old WWE stars. You got enough on your roster. You need to learn how to book the people you already fucking got. Make us care about Warlow. You got Miro just sitting there. You got your own catering department that people are just sitting there and you ain't doing shit with. Let's get them. Maybe the exception of
something now. To be fair, the Killers is actually giving some more of the AEW original something to do. To be fair.
Yeah, you're true. That's right. Oh, but like maybe the exception is Matt Riddle because he's a big enough star that he might go there and you can say, "Oh shit." But and Dolph Ziggler too, but because his brother's there, but he's focused on the comedy. But besides those two, like leave everyone else alone and focus on who you got because. You need to focus on controlling who you have there, putting a better product out on TV and competing with WWE rather than I'm going to do the WCW thing and just fucking sign all the old WWE guys over to my company. And then they're going to sit. You don't know what the hell to do with them either. You get a big pop. Even with the Punk, it happened. You got the big pop, and it happened a few times. You did that with a few of the women. Ruby Soho came out, got a big pop, and then what the fuck did you do with her? Absolutely nothing until just recently. Like, there's going to be a pop, no doubt, when they come over, but then that shit dies down after a month or two, and then it's like, what's next? So, like, focus on who you already have.
I think it comes down to this, Walter. Moment versus momentum. And the fact they're finally booking Keith Lee in a singles program on Collision speaks volumes to your point as well. But I also will say this. More recently, and I think it has heavily to do with Bryan Danielson, they do seem to be focusing a lot more on the AEW original talent. Case in point, Chris Statlander. JJ, you and I talked about Julia Hart, one of the most predominant, not the most predominant female character right now in the entire AEW locker room, not named Tony Storm. So again,
hey, don't get me started on my girl Tony.
We're not
they
going
weren't pushing
there.
Ricky Starks until the CM Punk thing happened.
And Ricky Starks right now is the leading heel and the main eventer lately on Collision after going to war with Bryan Danielson again. So again, they are trying to cultivate more of their original talent, but I just think it's been a little longer than we first anticipated. But I'm also going to say this for what it's worth, folks. AEW is still the youngest player on the scene at literally just over 4 years old.
That's fair.
And I know you better sign fucking MJF now. Fuck them 2024. Sign him now. Get him the extension and then make 2024 a storyline that, hey, can he leave?
Yeah, you know something? One person we could all agree on. If there's one person we could all agree on here. Go ahead, Attila.
I think MJF probably already does have an extension, especially when he came back last year at All Out. I wouldn't be surprised if he did get an extension when he came back, and this whole 2024 thing is just a storyline.
Well, I mean, he's our scumbag right now. Tranquilo Club put out a piece that talked about HEEL. You know who's truly a heel? How to be one? Christian Cage. You know who's being a babyface in a bizarre way but making it work? Maxwell Jacob Friedman. But if there's one person that AEW should put out more money to than anybody on that entire roster, it is MJF, AEW World Champion or not.
Jeff Jarrett.
No, we're not going there. He does enough backstage. I'm sure he's fine where he's at. Just keep the witch off my screen. Anyway, again, stop it. Don't piss me off. Stop it.
And she has the witch's first name.
I'm honestly wondering, though, at this point, is Chris Jericho going to go to like a Legends base or part-time contract based on the fact he's been with the company since day one as well? And like we talked about, Jericho doesn't really need to do anything else. So, again, guys, 2024 is going to be very interesting. Several of these talents have incredible possibility. Damn it. Several of these talents have incredible possibility. Whether it's Ring of Honor, whether it's AEW, whether it's Impact Wrestling, whether it's NJPW, I'll even put the NWA out there because they do still exist for what it's worth. Even if EC3 is the champion, that's a conversation for another day. But again, we just have to wait and see. And hopefully for everybody that was released, all these human beings still find a way to find a sustainable source of income in and out of the wrestling industry.
Yes. Emmanuel also super chatted $2 to my side regarding Dana Brooke So Dana didn't surprise me either. Sign was confiscated at an event.
She was treated dirty. Let's just be honest here. She was brought in again during my NXT, damn it, when Asuka was brought on the scene, and her and Emma were trying to run roughshod also on that company. Again, she has incredible potential. She's a great conditioned athlete, but WWE just didn't know what to do with her, which again surprises me because she had that blonde bodybuilder, marketable figure and presence. It surprises me that they didn't use her to an extent. It really does.
Well, but the
I
problem
thought Donna was going to get cut in the 2020 cuts, to be honest.
That's fair.
Yeah, the problem with her having the blonde bodybuilder look, Tiffany Stratton and Charlotte Flair exist.
That's fair.
Matter of fact, they actually, I forget which one put the picture up on X, Twitter, or whatever, but I guess they were in the ring together, or they took a pair of posing pictures together, like flexing muscles. Like they both, Charlotte is a freaking like gym rat these days. Like she's in the gym more often than she did anywhere else, including on TV, which is surprising. She's on TV every week. But, Tiffany's the same way. Tiffany's always, in there doing her gym thing. So Dana, while they got behind her on that briefly during the Arnold Classic, because she's a native of the area that they have the Arnold Classic, they've never really gotten behind her fully. It's always been her with somebody else, be it Charlotte's second, be it Emma's partner. They just didn't seem to want to go there with her. They had that silly thing with her and I don't know what his name is now in NXT, but Reggie with the 24/7 type. Scripts, thank you. When your biggest program in the company, and you've been there as long as she has, is being the dominant wink wink holder of the 24/7 championship, it's time to cut losses and move right along.
Yeah, you just mentioned that. I was like, what happened to Reggie? How did he not make this list? But I didn't know he was a whole different character in NXT.
Since we're talking about who got married, Tamina got married to Azak. Who got married? Was it Dana that got married, or I know it was Tamina and somebody else?
No, Dana had a loss. She lost her partner, but she is with somebody new in that time. I don't know if they got married or not, but
no, I'm talking about the WWE. Wasn't his storyline? Tamina got married, I think, to Akira Tozawa. And there was somebody else a part of that storyline. I forgot.
No, Tamina. Tozawa proposed to Tamina, and then Reggie and Dana were supposed to get married.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I know that's what I was thinking about.
All right. Let's not talk about the absolute bullshit, pathetic booking of WWE in a bygone era before Triple H was in more creative power, please. Okay. I'm just saying, you want to go off the rails. You're talking about really going off the rails. You'll be going so far off the rails, you'll be lucky to come out of the forest alive again without Slenderman finding you. Anyway.
Damn.
I said what I said, and I meant what I said, damn it. Anyway, as far as Matt Riddle goes, which is the one name I didn't mention, just because of his track record, I don't think the bigger money companies would be willing to take that risk in the early going, if you know what I mean. He'll be lucky to go back to Bloodsport and GCW, and Josh Barnett accepts a fight with him. So, hey, bro,
Bare Knuckle
bridges.
Bare Knuckle exists, and they pay. They pay some money so he can go to that bare knuckle fighting league.
I guess.
All I'm going to say is that there was a certain former WWE superstar, a Hall of Famer, who had a match this evening on Collision, who would be a great tag team partner for the original Bro.
I'm not gonna argue that, bro. I'm not going to argue that. I get what you're saying.
So if Tony Khan wants to sign him to make Jeff's worst nightmare become a reality.
Oh, God.
Because the guy who he loathed so much would be teaming up with one of his best friends of all time in this business. I'm like, bro.
It's a marriage made in a marijuana field. Told you, I'm on fire with the alliterations today.
Good night, everybody.
And we'll go the WWE. We'll go the WWE route. The following match is sponsored by High Times Magazine.
Oh my God!
And
they're a high flying tag team. Emphasis on the high.
You know what I like is when the Rascals wrestle and commentary always makes what is it? A puns to them being high?
Yeah.
Because they're shooting high, as they always do, as the Impact Tag Team Champions and also former ex-competitors.
Michael Cole did it. Michael Cole did it when Riddle was on TV. He does it a lot.
There was a team back in the old LBWA days that had a similar gimmick, and they called themselves Flying High.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
You think about RVD with the 5-star frog splash, the Van Terminator. You think about Riddle with the floating bro. Flying High.
Bro.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
And Katie Forbes, the freaking manager.
Right.
Oh God.
I can't possibly be more tired of this shit. But anyway, go ahead.
Now I'm just waiting for Katie Forbes, RVD, and Matt Riddle to confront 2.0 and Anna Jay in a mixed tag team
That's
match.
enough out of you.
Wait, I thought RVD was signed to a Legends Zone in WWE.
I don't know.
So are the Dudleys, but they just wrestled on Impact 1000. So
I think that's a toy thing. It's for the toys. It's not for appearing there. It has to do with Mattel and the merchandise and the likeness for like video games and toys.
Because what the promo that Bully Ray cut on Impact seemed like they weren't going to reunite in WWE.
No,
they're not going to. They're not going to. Devon doesn't want to. I don't. Devon doesn't want to wrestle anymore, and Bully Ray, Bully's perfectly happy not wrestling on WWE television. Basically, what that deal they signed was to allow WWE to use their likeness, their face, their appearance in media, and more specifically in this particular case with the Dudleys, with Mattel. Rob has a similar-ish deal.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
I just say never as WrestleMania is in Philadelphia, ECW territory. I would not be surprised to see the Dudley Boys do something that weekend for WWE.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Yeah, remember Devon, though, literally talk about the fact that he was able to do this after coming back from a back surgery?
Back surgery. He had surgery, yep.
Good grief. So, again, never say never. If 2023 has taught us anything, as my big old car has been burned into oblivion, truly anything's possible in this industry.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I just don't want RVD and Riddle to be possible at all.
Damn.
I don't care how much green is the decoration at Lincoln Financial Field. I don't want them together. No.
Hey, Jeff, I think it's highly possible.
God damn it. I quit. Bullshit.
Hey, Walter, is it highly likely in all likelihood?
Oh, my God.
Yes. Shout out to
I think there's a high possibility of that happening.
Oh,
I'm not near high enough for this conversation. Anyway,
we are all way too high on this expectation.
No, don't help.
Well, look, we're coming off a high in conversation. Now we're going to take things down a notch. We're going to slow down. We're going to bring the low down on everyone's plugs, as I think we'll pull the millionaire horn here. I missed that series, by the way. And everybody a fine I do, because I think we pretty much routed enough speculation and conversation towards all these releases, and we wish them best in whatever the future holds for them too.
Yeah.
In their future endeavors.
Yeah, as they always
one door
say.
closes, another door opens.
Exactly.
So as we climb down from the highest mountains here,
I've lost control of my channel.
Yes, you have.
Okay, whatever.
I am going to very quickly, before we give the shills, in an effort to try to make the shills go a lot smoother and quicker, going to run the Friends of the Multiverse trailer that has all of our socials and everything in it.
Hey.
That way we can just very quickly kind of go through, plug the upcoming special events, and then we can get out of here. Hopefully not too much past midnight our time, 3 o'clock Eastern time.
That would be neat.
So we will be right back.
All right. and forever, the Multiverse Bunch.
That's right. Here's the story.
Well,
a man named Meacham.
Oh, God. Would you freaking
Who
start
wants
again?
to get off of the air and stop puking? Dun, 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 dun.
Hey, I'm not Alex this time.
And we're not doing the Macarena.
Unless you're super chatting.
Don't freaking suggest it.
Oh, did you guys fix the turning point watch along? Because it's not October 27th.
Yes, we did.
We did. November 3rd, baby.
Damn, Noah. We can't do the Joya dance anymore. That sucks.
Oh, I don't want to talk about Joy. I'm so sad.
No. Impact Wrestling can't. You can. If y'all super chat at home.
Stop it.
It's all good. It's all good because as much as we loved Joya, I think everybody in the chat room loves Nola more.
That's right.
New Orleans, Louisiana? No, I'm just kidding.
North Los Angeles?
No, fuck North LA. Oh wait, that's me. I mean, damn it.
No, I'm actually really looking forward to Yuya's goodbye ceremony. What are they gonna do for him?
I imagine one last Joya dance and then send him off to NJPW. I'm not.
Where's he going? Back to Japan or the?
That would be my first guess at this point. He's been on excursion, and we saw Yoda Tsuji and Shota Umino and Ren Narita. They're all back into Japan. They're known as the Three Musketeers in this day and age. So
Yuya's not really gonna leave. He's gonna turn heel on Joe Hendry because he's tired of his bullshit.
How dare you? Blasphemy!
Don't say that.
Don't
That is
say that.
blasphemy.
That's so wrong, JJ. You're wrong for that. You bad
I
person.
believe
I mean,
in
how many people have got fired during that match?
on.
During the Feast of Fire match?
Noah,
and suddenly
Noah.
return?
Noah,
What?
I might be wrong, but was I not the person who told you the other night that Christian Cage was going to take advantage of the situation, pin Luchasaurus, and become your new and true TNT champion?
He stole it! He stole it! Injustice! He fucking stole it! WR will correct this in Seattle!
Hey Jay, remember we're gonna
Can I
do
say something real quick about Yuya?
Okay, go ahead. Never mind.
I was gonna say Yuya is a prime example of how Impact turned him into a star. Like he went from being an unknown to look how over he is now. People were even chanting his name. He
only says one word.
Champions.
And he didn't steal anything. He took the learning tree. He followed the example set by his former kayfabe brother, Edge, and was an ultimate opportunist.
I get it.
That's right.
I get it.
So it's his champion, the 2023 version of Indeed.
Might as well be.
All right, so getting to the shills. Make sure you guys tune in next month to the Casa D18 Studios as we will be taking a look at Stephen King films for 31 days. Should be a blast getting to a bunch of those movies that you see pictured. You got Pet Sematary, Misery, Cujo, The Shining, Carrie, The Dead Zone, but it'll be the Tim Curry version that we will be doing this time around. Y'all may have noticed in the trailer that there were 2 graphics for it. That's because I'm splitting it up into 2 days. Part 1 and then part 2. That way I don't have to try and do a freaking 4-hour movie in one review.
Fuck that.
I swear, Carrie looks like she's staring into your soul in that graphic. That is disturbing.
Oh, she is.
Yeah. Oh, God, they all are.
Yes.
She says, look in my eyes. What do you see?
Terrifying.
And then we have coming up in October, the dads not always on wrestling will be discussing the top 10 wrestling managers of all time.
So I see a top hat, a cane, a tennis racket, a megaphone, and a phone from the 80s that was as big as used in the military and heavier than most pants have pockets, an urn, and a bunch of rainbow things.
Rubber bands.
Rubber band.
Oh, those are rubber bands. Oh.
Okay, so all right, JJ, I'll change it.
Because when Jeff showed me the picture too, I was like, looks like a bunch of rainbow donuts. And he was with rubber bands. So I was like, oh, okay, I know
Yeah,
who.
see, unless you told us that, that's like the stuff people wear, like on their wrist, or a woman wearing a scrunchie in their hair.
That looks like that candy, the gummy ring things. That's what it looks like.
Or it looked like a lei to me. You know,
Yeah,
like you
yeah,
think
the-
about the
a white.
bloodline and the leis and everything.
Well,
Cat Blue, I apologize for fucking up your graphic. I'm sorry, Cat Blue. I'm bad. My bad.
And then, of course, we will also have the top 10 Scream Queens coming up in October.
Yes. And there was a comment earlier. Jamie Lee Derby #1. It's like she's definitely going to be discussed. We're not stupid.
Yeah.
But I am hoping that one of the top 10 will get a decent amount of screen time coming up here in a week when I'm out in Haddonfield, Pasadena.
There you go.
We shall see.
I wonder if Allie's going to go check that out in any capacity.
If Allie is there, I'll find a way to get her on camera just for Noah.
Wait, what?
What?
Anyway.
What happened?
I did talking Halloween movie paraphernalia.
Yeah, I know.
Huh?
Damn it.
What?
It's
Yeah.
you know, kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, I recognize that reference again. LA Night, get well soon. Fucking COVID.
Please, yeah, please.
Noah, if you watch old championship wrestling from Hollywood stuff, was the original, yeah.
Are you serious?
For Sean Ricker, yep.
No, yeah, not yet.
Yeah.
I remember Storage Wars, and I used to watch that for a stint, and freaking Dave Hess was always like, yep.
Oh, God, Storage Wars. Oh, God, bad nightmares. Move along, Jay, quickly.
Yeah. Jeff, maybe you can talk about this real quick.
Hey, it's a No DQ review. They're on Sundays. They are 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 Pacific. And because it's on No DQ on Sunday, that means we're doing predictions on Thursday, which means I have to alter my schedule this week because thanks a lot, Aaron. So I'm doing Meach's musings on. Well, actually, if I call out sick, we'll see. But as of now, the No DQ review is on Sunday, and that's what we know for sure. So check that out tomorrow. I'm sure they'll be talking about the releases. I'm sure Aaron will be recapping Raw and Dynamite and SmackDown as only Aaron Riff can do because, well, he's Aaron Riff, and only Aaron Riff can do what Aaron Riff can do. So there you go.
That's fair. But if you want an alternative to Aaron Rift's, wait a minute, where'd it go?
I didn't do it. What?
You did do it.
I
You got
didn't
rid
do
of the
nothing.
killers.
I did. Okay. No, because she doesn't. I don't know what happened.
Difficulty.
I didn't delete it. I know I didn't delete it. I may have moved it, but I didn't delete it. And if I did, I wasn't on purpose.
No, because it's
A
not in
Meacham
there at all
punch.
now.
Okay. Well. Okay.
We need a technical difficulty graphic with music in the background that just goes like.
Was it released?
It was released. There
Right?
you go.
You got
Great.
Future Endeavored.
I got
Jesus.
Future Endeavored.
I got Future Endeavored.
No,
It looks like your graphic did.
Here. You can find her recaps here. Do that.
Hey. I like that. You check out my snazzy new logo that I spent about a few hours working on today.
You're brilliant.
I actually made different versions of that, and I was going around asking people which one they like the best.
Yes.
Well, there you go. Get the people what they want, and get the real fans and supporters' opinions.
So, you definitely recap AEW, but not always Collision.
Yes, not always Collision.
Okay.
I haven't done Collision in God knows how long.
Okay, well that's okay. Neither are the TV ratings.
Damn.
No, she does Raw, she does Dynamite, she does SmackDown / Rampage, and she was talking to me in private chat that she might actually bring back her Impact reviews.
Yeah, I miss reviewing Impact, honestly. And since I go live late for all my other reviews, I was like, I could go live late for Impact too, since I don't go live right after the show anymore.
Well, I mean, Tom Hannigan and Matthew Raywald take care of that with their post show.
See, it would be ideal, honestly, for us to promote you as a partner of the channel because Aaron always goes live right away, like at 5 after. But if you're on a delay from him, everybody can get the promotion.
Exactly.
Yeah, thanks.
Show us some love.
Oh, thank you. I actually stopped doing the Impact reviews because Noah and I were actually doing reviews for Steve Fall. That's why I stopped doing Impact
That's
reviews.
true. That's true. I forgot about that.
Yeah. We both kind of went our own separate ways and did our own thing. And trying to review TV content, God bless you and Aaron Rip for the extent that you all do it, and any other crazy Yahoo. No, thank you. I'll stick to my simple takes regarding the biggest shows in professional wrestling.
You did Dynamite, right? You did Dynamite for it?
At one point, yeah, I was just always doing Dynamite and Rampage. I was just simply doing my own thing on a weekly basis. And God, I don't know how the hell you people do it.
Like, I was doing
Spark, right?
That too, yeah. Well, I combined everything into one thing. Now MTW Productions takes care of that, and Owen Finch does a great job along with Zero.
I was doing a review for him, and then I was doing a review for my channel. So I was just like, I can't do two.
It was overkill. Again, we're happy to always support a friend, and again, Steve Fall, congrats on your success. Wish you all the best continuing.
Mm-hmm.
And thanks for the opportunity. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was.
And then on Wednesdays, Jeff.
Yes, the Greg Cherry Show featuring Matty Laws, Greg Cherry, and sometimes myself, depending on my work schedule. 7 o'clock Eastern 4 Pacific every Wednesday. I know the graphic says the entirety of the multiverse, not no DQ, but Friday now we're still on Greg and my channel only. Working on that with him, trying to branch out a little bit more and get more eyes on the prize, if you will. We do know, I don't know when the date is at this point, but thanks to the super chats during a particular episode, myself and Maddie and Daisy will all be participating in the most recent or the next edition of Greg's Luck of the Draw game, which means there will be food messes and it'll be ugly and it'll be gross. And luckily we're doing our own home. No, we don't worry about that's anybody else's house. But yeah, that's all on the Greg Cherry brand. And for right now, the Jeff Meacham Network as well. So Wednesdays, 7 o'clock or Pacific, just prior to Dynamite. And when they have a special Dynamite episode, that's kind of like our Dynamite pre-show, more often than not.
There you go.
There you go. And yes, Notre Dame lost today, so Wednesday's show is going to be a mucker further.
Oh God.
Yep.
To Ohio State, no less.
Trying not to pay attention to that stuff unless it was a super chat.
I was just mentioning it myself because I had forgotten about it until I saw it. So yeah, I wanted to point it out because it's going to be a long Wednesday night no matter what. Anyway.
And then, of course, make sure you guys tune in to the remaining open mic night specials over the course of the year. Haunted Hangman, October 28th. Noah's Favorite Evening, Walt Disney Karaoke Night, Saturday, November 18th. The same night as Full Gear.
Yeah, damn it!
And then the second annual open mic night karaoke night for Christmas songs.
Oh, that should be fun.
Christmas Eve, baby.
It was.
You should include some Spanish songs. Oh, sorry.
Hey. No, it's all good. Last year we had a general wheel that we just kind of threw some songs up on because we were trying to stick with what was in the public domain.
Yeah.
But over the course of the year, we've realized that we can sing some more popular songs and not get copyright deemed because it's a cover, because of parody and everything. So we're probably going to try and dip into some of the more popular songs this year.
Oh,
as long as we acapella it, we should be fine.
Yeah, because the whole key is having the audio background. As long as we don't have the instrumental, we can't get copyright dinged.
Yes.
So that's the key, and that's what we need to try to work on. But yeah, if you want to sing a Spanish Christmas carol and
Feliz Navidad,
on the thing, yeah,
the most obvious one.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think what I would do is I'm gonna try this myself. I'm gonna encourage everybody to wear earbuds. That way they can have music in their own ears, and so they don't get too far off the beaten path. Singing on keys a bitch as it is without a musical backup for me. So I'm gonna need something in my ear to make sure I stay.
I already have headphones.
Well, there you go.
You guys know how you say jingle bells in Spanish?
Yes.
It's freaking cascabel. It's the stupidest word. Like I don't.
Yes, I'm remembering the I Lucy episode now. You say that.
Yeah.
All right. You're gonna get freaking Scrooge again this year from me for damn sure.
Hey.
Thank you, Team. I appreciate that. I always have 31 days of Christmas movies also that I do over the course of that month. So
that sounds like fun.
And unlike ABC Family / Freeform, it's not 25 days of freaking the same movie.
Yeah, it's not 25 days of 7 movies. It's actually 31 different movies.
Well, at least USA freaking marathons Elf only one day out of the 25. God forbid.
And actually,
are you counting?
Go ahead, Walter.
Are you counting Die Hard as a Christmas movie?
No, it's not a Christmas movie.
Not a Christmas movie.
And actually, I give people more than 31 because there's a few days where I do multiples because I'll break down some of the OG like cartoons. Like last year, I did Frosty the Snowman, Frosty's Winter Wonderland, Frosty Returns all in one day. Damn. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Santa Claus is Coming to Town. 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, like all in one day.
Like the claymation versions of it?
Yes.
Yeah. Rankin
the old classics.
The OGs.
Yeah. You know what I was thinking of doing for Christmas this year? I didn't do it last year. I wanted to. I was talking about the Power Rangers Christmas episodes.
I definitely have those coming down the pike. Not this year, but like December 1st this year, I'm going to do Charlie Brown Christmas. It's Christmas time again, Charlie Brown, and I Want a Dog for Christmas, Charlie Brown. So get all the Charlie Brown Christmas ones done in like one day.
And then JJ was seeing Christmas time following that.
Damn right.
My brother's name is Nestor, and they used to make fun of him because of the long-eared donkey Christmas. Remember that from the claymations? So they used
I remember,
as a kid, they made fun of him for that.
Look, I may not be as open as I once was. When I was once a wee lad, I do remember the claymation movies on CBS, and it was always a holiday tradition, as I said last year. The first movie you watched was A Year Without Santa Claus, and I sung the Snow Miser song, and my mom sung the Heat Miser song, but that hasn't happened in over like 2 decades.
Well, now that you said it hasn't happened in over 2 decades, we're going to make sure people super chat for that show to have you seen the Snow Miser song.
If I had to see Miracle on 34th Street one more damn time, I would have lost my mind.
What the fuck you gonna do next, JJ? Sung a dance number of Annie Thompson holiday season? Stop it!
Well, we've already got you doing a song and dance number for Disney karaoke because you're going to be doing Eye to Eye with the perfect cast dance for $100 super chat.
Fuck hell no! People are gonna freaking save the money for Black Friday or freaking Cyber Monday, whatever the fuck holiday it is.
Do you guys remember Grandma got ran over by a reindeer?
Yes, I do. I also remember we were going to run over these shows pretty quickly, and then we went into the freaking winter season that's not even here yet. So while the Ghost of Christmas Future is not in front of us, can we please strike the clock and hit midnight and close this thing out?
Yeah.
Weird Al has the best Christmas music.
Oh, God.
Well, these are just a few of the upcoming watch-alongs that'll be covered here, and as the tagline next to it says, "We gonna die."
I will survive because it is all the wrestling, all the wrestling, all the wrestling, all the wrestling, all the professional wrestling, and sports entertainment.
And then,
No ended.
Oh, Noah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess I need to speak now. All right. Yep. I guess hey, Jeff's got the freaking mothership. I got the flagship of my simple brand. You know what it is. It is me and a bunch of great friends simply predicting it all things wrestling. Shout out to WWE family on the Twitter. And there are 2 coming up this week. NXT No Mercy will be Friday, September 29th, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 5 p.m. Pacific, live, as I always do them live. Up to a panel of 6 fine folk. Might be 2, might be 1, might be 3. You don't know. And then the following day, oh man, I'm ready for this. AEW Wrestle Dream simply predicting ahead of me and JJ calling No Mercy the same day. That'll be Saturday, September 30th, noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So stay tuned for forums, conversation, results coverage, and of course, a simple take with me and JJ regarding both shows too, as of course my simple YouTube channel continues with predictions and a review impromptus.
And while we talk about staying tuned before we get out of here, stay tuned for the end of the year when Noah, That's What I Call Music Volume 1, and now That's What I Call Open Mic Night Volume 1 becomes a thing.
No, I don't approve of this.
Now that's what I call it.
I'm sorry that you don't approve, Noah, because they are Statboy approved.
Oh, God.
Don't forget the other album, JJ.
We don't have enough songs for that one yet, Jeff. That's why I didn't share it.
But we should still do it so I can do the stupid voice.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, slow jams. Yeah. Okay, that's not even worse.
Even
when I'm
sick, he does it.
Never mind. That's not even worse when I sound sick. Never mind. Forget it. I retract. My bad.
And Emmanuel says that he will donate for me and you, Jeff, to sing the DuckTales theme song.
Hell, I'll definitely do the DuckTales theme. You got that shit right.
Hell
That's
yeah.
one of the most iconic
theme
themes ever in Disney history, cartoon-wise. Even I can admit to that.
Dude, when they refurb Toontown and they've got like background music playing, they play like a instrumental, like kind of different melody track version, but you hear it. Do 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 do. It's like, I know what that is.
Probably from the redo version that they did.
No. It's very much background music Disneyland-ish.
Oh, okay.
It's like you hear that. It's like, that is, you hear the, the Clubhouse theme. Like, it's not the Clubhouse theme that you hear on TV, but when that music, like when that background music is like, oh, that's Clubhouse, because they're trying to integrate all the different Disney like tune eras into the background music back there to make it its own ambiance, which is what they should be doing all along, quite frankly. But anyway, we are digressing more and more.
Yes, we are.
Well, that is everything for this evening. Yes. We thank you all for joining us throughout the night. We thank Statboy and Josh Mansfield for being here earlier. For the mighty Datilla, who teleported in through the Morphin Grid to the command center. For Mr. Reliable Walter Cruz.
The Anderson gimmick, I love it.
Reliable, they call him Mr. Reliable.
Hey, we just got done watching WrestleMania 1 today.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you guys did that. That's awesome.
For the simple man with the spectacular voice, Noah Foster. For the man whose name is no longer on the marquee because I took it down for the shills, the West Coast Professor Jeff Meacham.
Yeah.
I am the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams. Thanking you guys for tuning in to Open Mic Night this evening. And Noah, take us out of here as eloquently as you always do.
Prior to that, stay tuned, folks, for me and JJ, who are on the journey to 40, and you will see them all live come next year on our way to the biggest week of the sports entertainment year. But I digress. But as always, I like to leave, you know what it is. And if you don't know this, for I am but a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling, damn it! But I digress. Well, I only wish to constantly encourage you that there are no winners, there are no losers, there are no betters. Just fans with opinions for this passion we all share. So at the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too, treasure your families, and just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. It is truly as simple as that, as in now enjoy NJPW. And we bid you all a fine adieu.
Power down.
Good night,
Have
everybody.
a good night.
Good night.
Have a good night, folks.
Bye.